What up, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. How are we all doing? You may have noticed I've updated the starting soon. God, I can't talk today. The starting soon screen. Giving it a bit of a Dragonflight overhaul. God, my lord, I'm tired this morning. Can you tell? Let's get going. How are we all doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome in. Welcome. Is the microphone in the right place? Ugh. There we go. My brain told him it's Tuesday this morning. It's not, is it? I should have looked at my screen. You know, it tells me it's Wednesday. I am not very awake this morning. But how is everybody? Are we good? How are we all doing? I've been thinking this for a few days. And I'm not entirely sure what the ramifications would totally be, but I threw the topic of discussion into Discord yesterday, and it proved to grab some people's attention. The more I think about it, the more I think that work orders won't go live when Dragonflight launches. And I think that's inherently by design. I'm relatively certain at this point that work orders probably won't be a thing until at least the first week of Mythic raiding. Simply for the reason that Blizzard doesn't like to rush things nowadays. And in fact, Blizzard hates to rush things so much that it uses aggressive amounts of time gating to ensure that people don't feel rushed. You know, actually putting roadblocks in your way to prevent you from being able to progress further than what they feel that you should do. Regardless of your playstyle, regardless of how you choose to play the game. And when you look at the state of Zereth Mortis, if you look at the state of Zereth Mortis and how everything there was very aggressively time-gated, and it was all built into the story, we should also point out that we've tested and played the beta an awful lot, but we've not really seen any level 70 storyline. Without any spoilers, you play through the campaign whilst leveling. You hit level 70, you get a quest that tells you to go out and gather 3,000 reputation, which is marked as a campaign quest. You go out and you get 3,000 reputation, and then it stops. It just stops. That quest then in turn becomes a weekly quest. Let's get the game loaded. That quest becomes a weekly quest. You know, similar to your patterns sort of quest, for example. But we don't see any we've not seen any level 70 campaign, storyline, anything yet. And let's not forget, for the most part, people are not able to easily test endgame content. The only way that you can feasibly test endgame content on the beta right now is if you specifically level up a character from 60 to 70 to do it. Which sort of indicates that they still don't particularly want people to be testing the endgame. We have the max level server, where they could have very easily given people the, you know, you can make your max level characters on the max level server, and you can test the endgame. But they very deliberately didn't let your characters leave Stormwind or Orgrimmar. They made a completely separate realm so that they could test professions and they could test Mythic Plus and they could test raiding without it filtering through to you also being able to sufficiently test the endgame. Now, why does all of this matter? Well, all of this matters because, as we historically know, they usually delay the raid by 2 weeks. They let the expansion go live, but this wasn't always the case. They let the expansion go live. They give people 2 weeks to level up, seemingly at their leisure, no real significant rush. You get 2 weeks to reach max level, you get 2 weeks to investigate the dungeons, you get 2 weeks to maybe dabble with professions and start leveling your reputations, and get prepared for the raid. It's all deliberately designed to be comfortably paced. If, considering crafting is one of, or is being painted as one of the big new 4 pillars of play, outside Mythic Plus, raiding, PvP, and hopefully soon to be crafting, it makes me feel that they are very likely to use the same tactics they do in those other 3 pillars to prevent people just zerging it to max. The likelihood of them holding off the Spark questline is very strong. And this leads me to believe that we're probably not going to get the Spark questline straight away. And even if we do, there's like 4 challenges and a 5th one that sends you into a dungeon. And apparently, according to Soul, I've not checked in on this personally, but apparently there's another hidden quest further on than that, that appears to be some sort of repeatable quest. But the reality is they're probably going to hold the key material, which is these sparks of ingenuity. You cannot make an endgame piece of gear without one of these. They are literally the linchpin to the entire endgame crafting system. Without them, you're not crafting stuff. If you don't have access to them, you can't put orders in. But the work order system is more than just endgame gear. The work order system, at least from what we believe it to be, is a way for people to put in orders for practically anything, which opens up the possibility for players to min-max their entire gear set through crafted gear. Not just the gear, though. Profession tools is a big thing, right? We know there's 2 tiers of profession tools. There's a basic BOE, they're uncommon, they're green in colour. They can be sold on the auction house, can be mass crafted, no real restrictions there. That's clearly the thing that they want everybody to get first. They wanted people to dive into the professions, level them up to about 50, then have a few days of optimizations. And then if they kick in the work order system after that, then it means people can start trading the better quality stuff, you know, that they can't use themselves. Because if you level up a blacksmith, you get the ability to craft, I don't know, blacksmiths make a lot of the tools for a lot of the other professions. Now, sure, in the first week, they're all bind on pickup though. So you're only going to make, a blacksmith is only going to make the blacksmith ones for themselves. And they might, you know, recraft their own to get a good one to begin with. But then it's not until you have access to the work order system that you can then sell your expertise to others. And this leads me very heavily to believe that they're probably going to lock off the work order system for the first couple of weeks as well. Not just because I'm skeptical that it's even developed and even ready, but simply because I think it was, you know, it's going to be built into the storyline in some way, shape or form. They're very clearly trying to make all of these new changes self-explanatory to players through playing the game. And I tend to feel that they're putting so much time, effort, development, and emphasis on this crafting system. They're not going to just have it be something that, boom, here it is. Splurge. Here's the crafting system. They're going to walk you through it. They're going to pace it. They're going to give you access to some stuff to begin with. Then further on down the lines, you're going to get access to other stuff. And they want the knowledge points that you gain to be meaningful, but they also don't want to make you feel as if every single one counts. This is a problem we live in right now. That if work orders go live day 1, if we have access to everything day 1, every single knowledge point you acquire and spend matters. And it becomes very probable that people will spend them incorrectly because they won't know what they are yet. and there'll be no putting it in reverse. There'll be no undoing that situation. So if they limit your ability to progress at any given speed, if you make a mistake with your first freebie knowledge points that you gain from first crafts, that's probably only going to be 10 to 15 knowledge points. But if you make a mistake and you then look at it and you read through them and you go, you know what, I probably shouldn't have put all the points in that direction, but it's all right though. Work orders don't come out for 2 weeks. I can do my dailies. I can pick up a whole bunch more knowledge points. I can continue leveling up, and any other points now I can put them in the right place, and it softens the blow. It softens the blow. It makes things paced neatly. It makes things tidily, works tidy, and if past experience with Blizzard has anything to go by, I find it incredibly difficult to believe that they won't do this. The Artisans Consortium does seem to be very bare bones from what I've seen from your perspective. Yeah, the Artisans Consortium is almost... People almost don't realise it exists because it's not one of the big 4 factions. Artisans Consortium, the Crafters faction, is an entirely separate faction from the big 4. From your Valdraken, your Tuskars, your Centaur, and the Dragonscale Expedition. It's not one of the big 4, which means it's kind of slipped under the radar for most people. Yet they are the ones that tell you all of this stuff, right? I've seen a lot of people already on the forums saying that this system is not self-explanatory. There's nothing to tell you how this system works. Blizzard, you need to do a better job of telling people how this system works. And it's clear that they haven't leveled a character on the beta. They've only looked at it from the perspective of zerging professions on the max level realm, the level 70 realm, where you get all the cheat vendors. And, you know, they've been given everything in one go and they don't understand it and they're blaming Blizzard for it. When actually there's a full-on quest line, faction, separate little crafting hub. There's lots in the game that tries to explain this to you. But until people play through it, of course they're not going to know it exists. Let me see if we can jump over there and I can show people, considering we are live and this is video-based content. This is not a podcast. I'm not sure the work order system will be delayed. I agree that the Sparks questline is going to be gated. In addition, most, if not all, of the high-level recipes, like the top-tier tools, will behind some sort of gates like Renown. That seems enough gating for me. I hope you're right, because I enjoy the hustle and the bustle and the min-maxing. And I would be more than happy if work orders turn up day one. And, you know, we can hit the ground running and we can just blast. But I have to be realistic that I don't feel that that's the way that Blizzard is going to look at doing it. Because that's not their mindset for most people. And with how much they held people's hand and how much they aggressively time-gated everything in Zereth Mortis. And it's been a growing trend for Blizzard that they want to create this slowly inability to failure. To make a mistake, to fail in World of Warcraft is practically impossible nowadays. And I think they'll do a lot, maybe more than they need to prevent a scenario where people feel that they've made a bad decision. This is the risk you have with when you have choice. The natural byproduct of providing people choice, which is what has happened with these spec trees and these specializations. The natural flip side of giving people choice is that with that also comes consequence of if you choose badly. And this is something that Blizzard will do a lot to try and alleviate, because it causes nothing but frustration for the majority of players. You give people the choice of 3 different spec trees. We've already clearly seen that there are some that are better than others. But even once you choose a spec tree, you then get given more choices. Choices on choices on choices. If you pick not only the wrong tree, but then choose to spec in the wrong direction, right or wrong, arguably there isn't a wrong choice, but people will think there's a wrong choice when they realize that everybody else has done something different to them. This is something I think is going to be a problem. We already know that there is going to be a limited quantity of these knowledge points available to you, which should push people into thinking that, you know what, actually maybe I should maybe I should have a read of these, and maybe I should work out where I put my points. But you kind of have to remember the audience that Blizzard has with this game. It trends, it trends relatively young. Not anywhere near as young as it used to. But it also then means it caters for that scenario as well. We've had a reset on the beta. Hang on, I was going to showcase the Artisans Consortium. Reputation-wise, you can see I have, on this character, I'm respected with the Artisans Consortium. The Artisans Consortium Dragon Isle branch. It doesn't give you much blurb about it, but they're a subsection of Valdrakken. You have the Artisans Consortium, you have the Cobalt Assembly, and then Rathian and Sibelian. Rathian and Sibelian is over here, part of the Obsidian Citadel. Each week you get to choose to work with one or the other of them. The Cobalt Assembly are down in the Azure Span down here. I've not really worked out what the lore is for this yet, but it's another sub-faction. But the Artisans Consortium chill at the southern part down in Fork River Crossing. Down here, let's see if we can get over there nice and quick. These guys are responsible for what will be your expertise at crafting. And getting these guys, getting, you know, greater getting more reputation with these guys will be critical, because they unlock recipes, they unlock the ability to trade in artisans metal for yet more knowledge points, which is kind of that get out of jail free card, maybe, in a way, for people that feel that they might have made a mistake. Okay, well, maybe save up some of your artisans metal then, and you can buy some more points to, you know, not fix the problem, but give you the ability to fork off in a different direction. But where are they? Down here, for example. And this is, I really wish I could remember if this is part of the campaign or if this is a side quest. Now, I'm hoping... Oh, there's a daily quest showing up with these guys. That's very interesting. Oh, Thomas Bright as well. I'm hoping that these guys, the quest line that these fellas give you is part of the campaign. I really wish I paid more attention while I was doing it. But these guys are all part of the Artisans Consortium. And if you talk to these guys, like Asley, some quests come through this NPC. And you can ask all of your questions, right? Why is the Artisans Consortium on the Dragon Isles? Founded the company. She loves telling blah 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 blah. The short side of it is that everybody she traded with always complained that it's hard to find reliable customers. Now she's a smart one, so she realised there's a missing service here, and there's good and profit to be had in a missing service. Now we're expanding to the Dragon Isles to bring our services to adventurers like yourself. So this is kind of the lore behind why work orders are becoming a thing. You're like, okay, then, well, what can I order? Have a look. You can order anything the crafter on these isles can make, even if it's normally something that only crafters can get their hands on, you know, indicating that even soulbound stuff can be traded. That's right, with our new artisan to mail service, you can be the very first soul to own a newly crafted item. We're consistently expanding, so if there's older items we don't serve right now, check back in a few months. Indicating that even the work order system might have some sort of internal gating. You know, you might start off being able to, you might start off being able to put in work orders for X, Y, and Z, but you might not be able to put in work orders for everything. This could also be referring to past expansion stuff. It could be saying that, you know, right now we're only dealing with Dragon Isles, but, you know, maybe there'll come a point where you can put in work orders for past expansion stuff. We'll see. Is this like the auction house? The auction house, that's old news. The Artisans Consortium deals in made-to-order products. There's no bidding, there's no surplus of goods, just a place to order. Crafters can then take an order and fill it for you. If you like their service, consider sending them some personal orders instead of trying your luck on the public market. Or place an order with your guild for a service you can trust. You see, it's all planning out and trying to explain, and quests come through this hub at some point. So it's the lack of understanding at the moment is a bit of a problem, and I hope Blizzard don't, you know, do anything overly drastic to change the way that things are portrayed to players, because the solution's already in the game, it's just people haven't experienced it yet. How many will read that, though? It's literally a quest to read those. Now, if people just choose to fire through and don't pay any attention to what they're doing, then they are not necessarily, you know, they need to have some responsibility. If there's specifically quests that go through and show you this, you know, what more can Blizzard do? Pop up a massive, great big red box that fills your screen and not allow you to click off it until you've read, like, what are they going to do, you know? And like I said, there's just a lot of information we don't have currently, which doesn't mean it's not there, it's just people aren't aware of it. And this is what I'm trying to stay relatively open-minded with. Like we've been looking at Darkmoon cards the last few days. It's very easy to draw some conclusions from what we know, but there's clearly stuff that we don't know that is going to have an effect on it, such as what are going to be the other sources of Darkmoon cards. And are those other sources of Darkmoon cards going to favour the supply of the ace? And if they favour the supply of the ace, then that counteracts the low supply of aces through crafting. Now, if that's the case, it's all balanced, and hey presto, we have a wonderful system. But I can only, you know, draw conclusions from the information that we have right now, which indicates that it's a little bit lopsided. That doesn't work either, though, like the social contract. Scroll down and click accept. Oh, yeah, but that's just white noise. That's like legal mumbo-jumbo. People don't pay any attention to that sort of stuff. This is going to be... What are you, though? Why are you now offering me a daily quest? Show your metal. Hey there, Manthe. The Artisans Consortium would like to thank you for everything you've done for us. We'd like to give you some Artisans metal, free of charge. Maybe use it to fill some crafting orders for us. 50 Artisan metal. Boom, here you go. Okay, this dude was chilling in... This dude was chilling in Valdrakken last time I found him. Maybe he is dotted all over the map and you can only, you know, accept his quest once a week. This is a weekly quest, by the way. But this value also has changed over time. I don't know if it changes based on your standing with the Artisan Consortium or whether it changes... or it's just changed. That's kind of what I don't know. Yeah, I'm slowly coming to realise that there's a very, very strong chance of things like work orders not being implemented to begin with. There's very clearly going to be some sort of gating of the content, and it's frustrating in a way because when you test on betas and alphas, you usually have access to everything straight away. It's a perfect world in that regard, that you can go and do anything you want for the most part. But then once the game goes live, that's when all of the, you know, you got 2 weeks to do this, then we'll open this piece of content for you. Then you've got another 2 weeks to do that bit of content before this becomes available, and, you know. And then after 8 weeks, the creation catalyst opens. And hey presto, all of a sudden, all of that shit that you didn't need for the last few months, now you can craft yourself the tier pieces as a bad luck protection system. I would find it outrageous to believe that Blizzard wouldn't do something like that with the crafting system. I just don't know how aggressive it's going to be. But yeah, I've called it here first. I'm strongly of the opinion now that work orders won't go live. That's not to say they're not ready, but work orders I don't feel will go live the first day of the expansion. I reckon they'll kick in. Presumably, I reckon work orders will probably kick in a week. Probably maybe the launch of Mythic. So whenever the Mythic raid opens, I reckon work orders might also open. Because there's also a flip side of this whole conversation, is that do they want to have people strolling into normal mode raid with heroic raid gear? I don't think they do. The honest answer is I don't think they do, because you can... Oh! Well, butter me intrigued. You can no longer convert Primal Chaos into Primal Infusions. Oh, well, that fixes that problem then. Okay, well, here we go. Here's another really good example of you can only draw conclusions based on what you know. And I didn't know that they changed Primal Chaos. Primal Chaos, you used to be able to take 100 Primal Chaos and just right-click on it, and it would convert it into a Primal Infusion. And the Primal Infusion is what, in essence, turns a regular piece of endgame gear into one that is of sort of heroic-ish quality. But apparently, even Primal Infusions now are their own individual items. They cannot get heroic gear before normal because they need to get the mats from heroic first. Well, this is what Primal Infusion is. Primal Infusion is that item, then that optional reagent that when used increases the item level. Now, originally, they were created through Primal Chaos. You take 100 Primal Chaos and it turns it into a Primal Infusion. Then you have the big one that's plus 50 recipe difficulty and puts even higher item level on the gear, which pushes it into mythic quality. So these Primal Infusions then are likely to be locked off in some way. Oh, I don't know. The whole system is looking remarkably interesting. They've also jacked up the recipe difficulty of the Titan training matrices. Holy smoke. These were never plus 100 recipe difficulty, and that's only the third one. There's a fourth one of these. Oh lord, this leads me to wonder what else they've changed that I haven't spotted. So what are the Primal Chaos used for? Primal Chaos is your default material along with the Sparks of Ingenuity that go into crafting all of the endgame gear. But you used to turn 100 Primal Chaos into a Primal Infusion, and the Primal Infusion is the optional reagent that you then use on top of that. So you'd have whatever the regular crafting cost would be, plus a Primal Infusion. So if it needed 40 or 50 Primal Chaos to make the piece in the first place, 40 or 50 Primal Chaos and a Spark of Ingenuity. To make the heroic version, you'd practically need 140, because you'd need to turn 100 of them into the optional reagent first. But they seem to have changed that. There doesn't seem to be a conversion on these anymore. How do you get Primal Chaos? Primal Chaos comes from a bunch of places. You can gather it through treasures, world quests award it from time to time. Yeah, it's somewhat farmable. It's likely to drop from the end of, dungeon bosses, and regular Primal Chaos I don't think is going to be too much of a problem. Although everybody is going to be incentivized to farm it because it's bind on pickup. So you're going to need it on each of the characters that wants the thing. If you want to gear up an ult, you're going to have to go out and farm some Primal Chaos on that ult to put forward the work orders for the gear that you want. still's going to require some stuff. So here we go. Here's an example. Here's just a world quest that's going to reward Primal Chaos. Now, it's not a lot. It's never been a lot. And when you easily need 40 or 50, 60 of it, maybe even more, on single items, world quests alone are not really going to be sufficient for getting... There we go. There's another one. 3 Primal Chaos from there. For me, the easiest way to get Primal Chaos so far has been to farm treasures for the Dragon Scale Expedition. Farming the treasures for these guys is a far simpler way of getting the Primal Chaos. Oh, did I grab my metal? I did. How long does it take you to level up to max? I wasn't timing it. I also wasn't doing it in a very optimal fashion. So, yeah, I don't know. It probably took me about 12 hours of play to level up. But like I said, I was not even attempting to do it in an optimal fashion. I don't think the speed of leveling is any different to what we'd expect it to be. 8 to 10 hours is probably a realistic leveling time for most people. But these treasures here, look, these disturbed dirts are the... disturbed dirt piles are a good source for Primal Chaos. I can't do it while in combat. Let's finish pew-pewing this dude. There we go, you see. Primal Chaos. The difficulty will obviously be, though, I'm on a test realm where I've got no competition. I can fly around and pick them up all day long. Once the game goes live and everybody needs Primal Chaos, it might be a different story. I wonder if primals will be removed from the treasures. I doubt it, since it's the casual-friendly way of getting them. Did you find any soil for the seeds yesterday? I didn't know, although I wasn't particularly looking. Okay, the dailies have all reset for the camp. Do you think they'll do similar to the Corthia stuff, where it's available for all players the first couple of minutes? I'm not sure what you mean. Can you get the Gatherer's pouch already in pre-patch, or do you have to wait till the actual release? Once again, wouldn't know. Pre-patch will probably hit the PTR at some point. We'll know then, but another another cosmetic that I'm not going to touch because it will crash my game. I hope I get beta tomorrow when the invites go out. Yeah, I think as long as you're signed up, there's a pretty good chance that most people who want to have access to the beta will get it quite soon. There's a sizable amount of people that they seem to be throwing at it quite regularly. But yeah, so these treasures are a somewhat reliable source for the Primal Chaos. And you're going to do a bunch of treasure hunting to level up the Dragon Scale Expedition anyway. I leveled it up all the way to max, and in doing such, I got about 300-400 Primal Chaos. So that should be more than enough to kind of get you kitted out, at least to begin with. What I do want to do, actually, as I'm here, is head over to the quartermaster for these guys and see what profession recipes they have access to. To not complete, but to continue working on my little on my cheat sheet for recipes and where they come from. Right, where's the quartermaster for these guys? Is it this fellow up here, or is this just the guy you hand them into? I've not tested the centaurs out much yet. Okay, let's see if we can find the quartermaster, or the dude that's likely to give me all the profession patterns. Where are you going to be? Can I... any of these vendors, or are they just all random dudes knocking about? All random fellas. Okay. Innkeeper. Rarely would an innkeeper sell anything too interesting. Yeah, no. Expert pet trainer. I want to trade some pet charms. Ah, no pets though. No pets. Summoning stone. Renowned armorsmith. Oh. Well, that was me. There's my hopefulness out the window. Renowned weaponsmith. Renowned armorsmith. I can't even buy anything from the renowned weaponsmith. What's going on here? Okay. Lots of NPCs that do absolutely sweet FA. Makes the place look busy. The fact they're all just standing around not doing anything though. This is like, I really wish Blizzard would put some better AI into a bunch of this. Because if you look at here, it's like it's a freeze frame. Like, it's genuinely like it's a freeze frame. Why are all these people just standing here? There's a few people running about, but it doesn't feel alive. Like, do something. You know? Just path about, walk about. Like, alright, sure, in game it's 2 o'clock in the morning, but it's the same with the capital cities. They throw a bunch of NPCs in the capital cities so that if there's not many players, it still makes them feel alive. Yet then it's just a bunch of NPCs standing places. They're not doing anything. Oh. Oh, are we dead? Are we dead? Or is this just a monstrous lag spike? Oh, okay. Woo, we survived. Oh, did we survive that one? Yeah, we survived that one just. Oh, here we go. Here's the quartermaster. Oh. Well, you sell me a astounding amount of nothing. A toy. Another toy. Okay. Me feels there might be either 0 patterns that come from these fellas. Tailoring supplies? Okay. Out of curiosity, what does the renowned path actually say? Am I hunting for something that clearly doesn't exist? Centaur armaments. A companion. Some more funky things when you do hunts I've not tested yet. You may purchase useful combat boots from Quartermaster Hussein. Is this who we were talking to a minute ago? Yeah, okay, so you're the dude that's meant to sell all of the stuff. But you clearly don't. You may acquire cosmetic shoulders. Gain access to the Marok Eagle mail network. Drake Watcher manuscripts, more transmoggy stuff, more stuff for hunting. Centaur Armaments 3, cosmetic appearances. Hunting efficiency. Maybe there is just like sweet FA patterns to be had directly from these guys. Okay. I find it very odd that you'd have no reason as a crafter to have any dealings with genuinely one of the 4 reputations. That feels a bit strange. Maybe it's such that, well, the Marok Centaur is more about going out hunting, and when hunting you end up killing elites, and there may be like patterns that just drop after certain points. It might be a little bit more hidden than just go to a vendor once you have a certain renown and then buy a pattern, which I'm going to be honest, I would prefer. It makes it far more difficult for me to try and figure out what the hell's going on, but more depth to the play, more necessity to actually play the game would be good in my books. What's going on here? Oh, somebody trying to edit my cheat sheet. Okay. Well, maybe there's not much going on with those. Maybe we go and investigate our fishy friends. Let's test our fishy friends then, see if we can find any recipes with them. Now you're the NPC standing still? I've got to at some point. Trying to both dragon ride and keep an eye on your minimap to spot. This is one of the big reasons I wanted my minimap at like front and center, because as I'm flying around, it was remarkably difficult to keep track on what's going on flying wise and also be looking up in the top corner. So it became remarkably handy to have my minimap closer to where my vision is. Why is the request there? Ooh, we are very laggy today. Oh, there's a bunch of quests. Collect 20 smelly ooze. What's the best combination of professions that excludes mining, skinning, and herbalism? So you're asking what's the best combination of crafting professions? There's probably not what you'd consider a best. Yet what I would say is if you are looking to pair up crafting professions, it's often sensible to pair up ones that, you know, complement each other in some way. So For example, blacksmithing, if it makes some sort of ingot or something, which it does in Dragonflight, might be worthwhile pairing it up with something like engineering that's likely to use those ingots. Meaning that one profession can help you better with the other. You know, it's somewhat logical to pair up things like jewel crafting with blacksmithing in many cases, because they both use similar materials. It doesn't really matter is the honest answer, but as long as you know, as long as you have some reason to do it, then carry on. But there isn't strictly a best. There's an age-old saying of that if there was a best, everybody would do it, and then it wouldn't be the best. But yeah, that's sort of my thought on it. If you're going to pair them up, make sure that they're just pick professions that are useful for you or you find interesting. Is the honest answer though. I have leatherworking and I have jewel crafting, two professions that don't particularly complement each other very well. On my main character, that is, normally. But I have leatherworking because I'm a hunter, and it means I can, for the most part, craft some reasonable gear for myself. Somewhat of a selfish approach. But I pair it up with jewel crafting, because jewel crafting is, for me, an interesting profession to deal with. And it's historically always been pretty good for gold making. And I've done alright out of it. Moving the minimap to the bottom or top center is pretty common, to be honest. It's a thing people... Oh, yeah, I'm certainly not trying to go out there claiming I invented this. I'm just saying there was a reason to why I did it. No, I don't want to be fishing. We ain't fishing. What's going on here? I need to kill some shamans. Yeah, I've not found any shamans. I got sidetracked with quests, but... If I could start over again, alchemy and engineering on a main character. They're very common ones because they offer a lot of utility. Obviously, one of the biggest annoyances for many people, if they are active raiders, is, you know, that constant cost of having to purchase potions and flasks. So, I mean, alchemy then, you know, sells itself pretty quickly. That you can, at least in some part, keep the costs of your raiding down. Tailor enchanting, considering switching enchanting for jewel crafting so I can make all my own gear slots except for the weapons. Yeah, there's no really any right or wrong answer. I mean, you do you. All I would suggest though is that I very rarely suggest dropping a profession, especially if it's a profession that you've had for a while. In today's age of World of Warcraft, it is significantly easier to just level another character and have an ult. The requirements for you to be max level to at least get something out of your profession aren't really there. If you want to get everything out of a profession, then sure, you're going to need to play that character like a main. We already see that that's very clear in Dragonflight. It's going to be a lot more difficult to keep the professions on your ults, you know, up to speed and optimized. Rousing Decay. That's an interesting one. Where are we? What were we doing? Near Brackenhide Hollow. That makes sense because this is the rotten end of the world. Have we somewhat stumbled across what might end up being a farming spot for Rousing Decay? that we've had a lot of it, though. And I wish I knew which mob I killed to get it. One of the downsides of auto loot and the downsides of AoE loot is if you kill a bunch of different things, you don't know who dropped what. Picked up alchemy and mining on my main for RP purposes. Don't want alchemy to be permanent, but I ended up getting vile on my first jar whilst getting into the Legion archaeology title. So he's an alchemist now. Yeah, I'm in the same position. My alchemist is my shaman, a character that I very infrequently play. I've never been a big fan of shaman. I had... but I equally did the same thing. I was like, right, well, I wonder how hard it's going to be to get this Vial of Sands. Boom, first jar, stream of luck. And so, yeah, now that dude is my alchemist for life. I reckon these errand rots have got to be the source of this rousing decay, you know. Although we're doing a reasonably fair job of genociding this zone, and we haven't had many of them. Although, what I would point out is there is a lot of potential for this place to end up being a hyperspawn. As any quest mobs that are involved in a quest chain usually will have a hyperspawn mechanic attached to them. As it's designed to make sure that there's always some mobs up for people to kill, however busy the area gets. So if one of these fellas, if we can work out who or what, or if we can kill enough to start forcing a hyperspawn, this could be our rousing decay farm. Not that we need a lot of rousing decay, but as it's seemingly not very easy to come by, it'll still be worth something. I imagine a bunch of boomkins out here. A bunch of boomkins would go to town, I reckon. Two more rousing decay, look. It's not massive amounts, but it's something. If you're killing 3,000 mobs an hour, it adds up. Quick, tell student. Get his farming crew in here. Get on the beta, test this shit out. I need 7 boomkins, all spec'd into mass farming. Pronto. Having never played a boomkin, what makes them so appealing to farmers? You know, they can sustain themselves. They have obviously heals. They have instant cast dot abilities. 2 of them, in fact, meaning you can just run around, dot things up. Stay out of harm's way for the most part. You then have Starfall, which is just a monstrously overpowered AoE effect in many cases. Yeah, they're just good. Just good. Their travel form as well, that you can instantly pop into to get places or stay out the way of things. They're just a very strong utility class, which is hence why they've been, you know, the #1 gold makers class of choice for a long time. Could you describe what's the situation with professions on beta? Is crafted equipment still a valid variant for raid gear? For the most part, from what I've seen, yeah. your crafted gear has the potential to be as higher item level as, you know, what drops off mythic bosses, which, while I'm not the one to be asking about simming and best in slot lists and, you know, that sort of stuff, I can clearly state that the professions are going to be useful, if nothing else, for sure. February 28th, 2012, heck yeah. One of the old ones. One of the originals. That makes you a boomer like me then. Oh, a draconium deposit. Love me a draconium deposit. Whoop, that's not what I meant to do. Oh shit, these are elites. That was not the plan. That was not the plan at all. Yes, you saw me click all of my abilities then because I panicked. The the in-game nameplates really need to do something better to emphasize that these dudes were elite. Because until I actually saw their targeting reticle, I had no idea they were elites. And that was a big whoopsie. Back when you were Manthius movies, yeah, I dropped the end part of that a long time ago. It didn't really fit. I originally used Manthius movies because everybody was putting gaming at the end of their name, and I didn't like it. And I was making YouTube videos, so I was like, well, I guess movies is closer. And it was also probably got something to do off the back of Warcraft movies being so popular when I first started. Don't like gaming, her? Hey, look, no shade, I'm just saying. Everybody put the word gaming at the end of their name. It's interesting the dirt piles are down here, you know. Right, one of these quests is just the pet battle one. There also seems to be another quest going on in here. Played Druid for years, hate him in many ways, but such stable, sustained survivability, mass utility skills, and multi-role function made him the best class for very... Yeah, Druid's one of those classes that's just really good for people that are, you know, that don't particularly want to play lots of alts. Having lots of alts is something that's you know, when you first start playing the game, it's impossible to have lots of alts when you begin. So it makes a lot more sense to just pick a class that can do a bit of anything. You can tank, you can heal, you can DPS, you can do whatever you want. The Facebook page still links to Manthius movies. Probably does, but the Facebook page is about as old as... Yeah, who uses Facebook? Unlock the ability to identify Tuskar totems that might find in Knoll, Furbog, and Tuskar treasures throughout the Dragon Isles. I thought I'd already done this. I thought I'd already unlocked this. I thought this was part of... Oh, I don't know. Oh, hang on. Are one of you going to sell me some stuff?
Let's make sweet profit together.
Philos, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. No. Find me a quartermaster. I want me a quartermaster. You're just a carver butcher fella. Let's get rid of some of these greys while we're here. Now, I really should be spending my time on the test realm right now, maxing out profession time usage, because I'm still overly concerned that they might take those test vendors away. When they want everybody to start testing Mythic Plus or something. I mean, the raid testing's kicking in this week. And I'm also slightly concerned that when they do raid testing, they're going to delete all of the characters off that test realm. Because one thing that... why is there lots of little things on here? Harpoon head. One thing that testing games over the years has taught me is that the more you can remove... The more variables you can remove, the more reliable your data is. And if you've got all of these characters on the test realms that are fully stacked to the hills in profession gear from the last couple of weeks, it might sway their DPS quite considerably. I would expect when raid testing kicks in that people will be given pre-made characters with specific sets of gear to normalize the results of touch. Which in turn all means that there's a very good chance that the test vendors will go away in annoying fashion. Long-time YouTube follower, first-time Twitch supporter, thanks for the insights. You're very welcome, and thank you, thank you. Cloth crafter, leatherworking, fishing trainer. Toys, cosmetics. All the cosmetics. All the cosmetics. See, this is another thing, right? I'm all for cosmetics and being able to, but why are the cosmetics not a crafted thing? Why is all of this gear why are cosmetics not crafted by crafters? I understand having some stuff be on a vendor or world drops. But why is all the cosmetic stuff not crafted by the armor? Why? It seems like such a logical thing to do. Turn it into a pattern, give it some material requirements, and let crafters craft it. Devs need time walls, nothing else. Probably. Right, do we have a fishy quartermaster around here somewhere? I'm struggling to find one. Lead craftsman. Hey, here we go. This is the fellow I was looking for. Right, where's the spreadsheet at? Right, let's start jotting this down then. Enchant cloak, regenerative leech. That is an enchanting recipe. Druids have one aspect that made him the best choice. Melee, range, damage specs in one bottle. Very hope that Evokers will have tank heal specs, but Dev seems too lazy to create a full class and made half again and again. The Evokers, I've not played them much. I played the I did the leveling zone for the Evokers, but I've not played one extensively. They look quite fun though. And I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of quite glad that there isn't a tank spec for them, because most, if not all, of the hero classes that have been launched so far, Death Knights are tanks, monks, well, monks do all three, but monks are tanks, the Flappy Dragons are tanks, you know, there's a Demon Hunters for reference, yeah, there's There's enough tanks out there, I feel. It makes sense to sort of create one that is more pushed towards healing. Is this shareable or is it just yours personally? The Dragonflight one is not publicly available yet. If you happen to be a Patreon supporter, a YouTube member, or a Twitch sub, though, there is a spot in the Discord where you can poke around it a little bit, but it's not publicly public for everybody yet because it's clearly a work in progress. Is there a way to gain skinning knowledge on the beta sub-level 70? Trying to test the specializations on the Valdrakken server. But you can't skin, unfortunately. No. Testing of the gathering realistically needs to be done on the regular servers. Which is a bit problematic because it also then, yeah, you also can't make a pre-made level 70. I was talking about this a little bit earlier, that it's a bit tough to... It's a bit weird that they're being so secretive about the end game. They're making it incredibly hard for people to test the end game. Weirdly so, right? You can make level 60 characters, you can import your own characters, and you can level those up, and you can test the leveling. And you can, you know, if you put the effort in, you can get to level 70. But they're not making it easy for people to test the level 70 content. HTML visible can be typed out by anyone, rip. Well, I mean, yeah, in theory you could. I'm not, you know, it's not aggressively locked down. It's not a trade secret. I'm just not making it publicly available because it's half-cooked, broken, a work in progress thing. But let's jot some of these down then. Cloak, regenerative. I can't talk today. Cloak, leech. Where's cloak? Oh, right at the top. Regenerative leech. So it's a renowned one. It comes... Oh, hang on. Oh, it comes from the Tuskar fellas. What's their actual name? Hang on. What's their actual name? The Iskara Tuskar. We should put their actual names in, shouldn't we? It requires you to be renowned 10. And it also requires you to have 25 enchanting skill. You buy it off... Who's this fella called? What's his name? Rokutuk. Single K. Rokutuk. There we go. So that's that one. Next we have Enchant Chest, Accelerated something or other. Chest, Accelerated Agility. Renown 10, Enchanting 25, that's the same. Jewel crafting stuff. Thick boys, is that what we're calling them? the fishy thick boys. What am I looking for here? That really distracted me. The Kalawak figurine. I put all of these in groups so it'd be easy to find them, and it apparently doesn't make any difference. Here we go. Renown 10, 20 jewel crafting skill. Hang on. Hang on. Requires renown 10 with the Valdrakken Accord. Requires renown 10 with the Valdrakken Accord. All of this is the Valdrakken Accord. None of this says the Tuskar fellas. Okay, now what do I do? Is that...
Hello there.
I would understand a typo if it was for one of them. These clearly all say with the Valdrakken Accord. Why would all the Tuskar recipes require you to have reputation with the Valdrakken Accord? Iskara Tuskar requires renown 25 with the Valdrakken Accord. Well, that's hella scuffed. Okay. Okay then. Now what do I do? Okay. Okay, sure. That doesn't help me with my spreadsheet situation. I should have checked that before I paid much attention to it. I should have, yeah, now do I jot them all down under the assumption that this is just wrong and they're all going to end up... Oh, I don't know. Maybe I just leave that for now. Yeah, I just read that on Discord chat. Twitch seems to have, for some reason, implemented the ability to prevent raids to your channel for 1 hour. I don't know why you would do it. Why would you press the button? Why would you prevent somebody else shouting out your channel and sending their viewers to yours? Why? What? Under what scenario could that be a bad thing? Because you hate new followers? I don't get it. Why would you do that? Doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm not going to jot these down then because I'm going to need to wait and see if these change. Whether it's... It concerns me that there's that the fact that they're all wrong. It's not just one of them. It's that they're all wrong. When their number is in the thousands, some streamers can't handle lots of viewers. Something hate raid something. Oh, flipping snowflakes, man. This is why you have mods in your channel. If there's people that turn up in your stream that you don't like, you just ban them. I don't understand, and I don't know. Maybe I'm not of the right generation, but I just do not get it. Hang on, what the hell am I holding all of a sudden? Why have I got a whacking great big ladle? What's going on here? Where'd I get this from? What? Eh? Can I go use my big spoon in the pot? Soup isn't ready yet. Well, I'm ready. I've got my spoon ready. Imagine a hate raid to this channel. The mods would be busy. Wait, there's no mods. I'll mod my own channel. It's more of a problem for female streamers. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Streaming as a female creator is remarkably more challenging. Coded it a few times. It didn't go well. Sure. That button won't stop hate raids because you don't know when it will happen. That's very true. That's very true. You're just going to make sure you... Like, if that's the case, just disable raids. I don't know. Madness. Whatever. Alright. Okay. That's really stopped me in my tracks because that's a clear error, but not an error I want to track down in my sheet and then have it all go horribly wrong when they change it all. So any interesting world quests that appeal to me? Shoutout is now integrated into Twitch. You can do /shoutout and then a streamer's name. Can you? Does it really? Hang on. Hang on. Do they need to be here? Okay. Alright, fine. It doesn't seem to do a lot, other than just put a link to their stream. What if, Alright, fine. Can you do a shout out to your own stream? Can I shout out myself? You cannot shout out the current streamer? Oh dear. No self-promotion allowed. Banned. 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 Terrible performance. Only one shout out can be active at a time. Please wait a minute and try again. Ah, what a dumb system, man. Sure. Okay, more distractions. More distractions. Oh, there's a new fishing hole. We've got a second fishing hole. We have a fishing hole in Tierhold now. The fish are very active in this area. Streamlabs' shout out is way better. It even broadcasts a random clip of that user. It's very random, though. It's very random. It picks some real weird clips. I've seen that one in action a few times. That's what makes it fun, I suppose. Okay, I'm categorically not really doing anything, am I? I feel as if I need to be doing some... I think we should jump onto the test realms, you know. I need to test leveling up some of these professions. I need to start trying getting some somewhat close to accurate leveling guides in place. Because I am very concerned that they're going to strip the test vendors from us. Oh, what? I was expecting that to be... Is that not an inn? Oh, well, that sucks. Oh, hang on. What do you sell? Oh, nothing interesting. Right, I am going to probably look at leatherworking, because leatherworking's had a bit of a revamp recently. I think in just the last beta update, leatherworking had or at least there were some changes made to leatherworking. I couldn't easily track exactly what they were, because under normal, you know, like Blizzard normally does, they tend to... Roger Brown. They tend to not really document the profession changes very, very well. But we can have a little bit of a look. A little bit of a look-see about what might be a sensible path for leveling it. Can I unlearn profession? Unlearn. Go. See you later. Right, leatherworking. So, let's start making some notes on this. You can pick up leatherworking at level 58. Oh, this is interesting. I actually have a leveling path for leatherworking from early on in the alpha. I wonder if it's even remotely close to this. I wonder if it's even remotely close. This will be a good indicator to what might have changed. So what did I write for leatherworking? Do I want to expose my notes for this? Sure, fuck it, why not? So, apologies, non-dark mode, blinding, but these are some of the notes I made for leatherworking on the alpha, and it's going to be interesting to see if they're similar and if much has changed. Leatherworking has a simpling level path, few rare or limited patterns until around skill 50. Spec trees unlock at 25. It's at this point you'll need to make the choice at this point which of 3 directions you'd like to go in. Crafting endgame leather gear, crafting endgame mail gear, or crafting optional reagents and weapons, which was then the primordial leatherworking. Or the 4th spec tree, which is leatherworking discipline, feels like an auto pick at skill 50. Leveling to skill 50 can be done pretty quickly if the materials are available. But 50 plus is going to require work orders for the craft that you've chosen to specialize in. Progress past this will also likely be gated by the knowledge points. Very true. Let's see if the leveling path is still the same then. Oh! Yeah, I remember when we did this. It was a little bit busted because drums didn't work properly. You could practically craft drums an unlimited amount of times. Wow, I was also suggesting people craft Essence of Tear to gain skill points. That's not going to be the same anymore. Artisans Metal is going to be far more lucrative elsewhere. That's now, you see, this is why the first time you do something early in Early in an alpha, it tends not to end up being the suggested path by the time the game goes live. $50 to $100 is going to take some weeks, possibly even months, depending on how fast knowledge is earned. You'll need to focus on learning world-acquired recipes and gaining profession knowledge points. Focus on maximizing your first chosen recipe, unlocking the essence of tier finishing reagent with your next 10 knowledge. I mean, that's smart, because that's going to give you the ability to craft at higher quality than everybody else. When the first node on leatherworking discipline with 30 points to max your skill, your crafting endgame recipes. You won't need to put any more skill points in this tree. So I based all of this on 70 knowledge, which is a good couple of weeks of knowledge gains, easily. Easily a good couple of weeks of knowledge gains based upon the pacing that we now know. Okay. I'll take that off screen so you're not all blinded. But let's see if it ends up being anything even remotely similar. Right, so we pick up leveling. So you only need to be level 58 at level 58. You see, this is going to make a big difference because you learn a whole bunch of stuff now from literally the word go, and they've now implemented the guaranteed skill ups, like triple skill ups as well. I wanted to talk a little bit. I'm not going to do this too much now, but I wanted to point out something that I can't help but feel they will at some point have to change. And it's that there's no vendor materials used practically anywhere. Now, most of you are going to be like, rejoice, no vendor materials. But that does come with an inherent problem of that it creates a floor price, a unnecessarily high floor price for materials. Like when you can turn 6 resilient leather and 2 dense hides into 66 gold. When skinners start doing skinner things, and if 2x4 skinning farms pop up within minutes of the expansion going live, which always will do, there's nothing holding back the rampant inflation by just crafting and selling this shit. Unless, of course, dense hides end up to be, you know, heavy callous hide kind of prices. But I really don't think they will. And even if it's not a problem now, it's a fact that it might very well become a problem in the future. 2 scales, 10 leather. At least everything in some part is using a rare reagent. I use the word rare very loosely because look what's happened to callous hide and heavy callous hide. The fact that there isn't an exit strategy for callous hide and heavy callous hide is the reason why it's now 1 silver on retail. But building it in with this, I guess it's a bit of a safety mechanic so that there's always going to be use to it. But the reason vendor materials exist in the first place is to limit people's ability to just straight up craft gear to then sell it, right? 67 gold, 32 gold, 66 gold. Anyway, that's neither here nor there right away. That's not really what I care about. What it's safe to say is that it is probably going to be far easier to get your hands on 12 resilient leather and only 1 dense hide than it is to get your, you know, I would imagine that a dense hide will be worth considerably more than 6 resilient leather in the early days anyway. Quick guesses. And I would also go as far as to guess that leather will be cheaper than scales. Because for whatever reason, it always is. And you know, why do Blizzard not make the amount of mobs that skin into scales and the amount of mobs that skin into leather somewhat equal? Your alternatives here are all 2. Okay, so you're going to probably want to create braces. Resilient leather wrist guards. 1 to 5. Oh, it's going to be it's going to be 1 to 4, isn't it? No, it's going to be 1 to 7. Because you're going to craft 2 of them. Is 2 times resilient. Two times resilient leather wrist guards. I'm going to also try and be a bit smart with this. Try and be a bit smart and try and keep track of the materials that's being used. So that's going to be 24. Hey, what's going on here? I've got a page break. I don't need that page break. So 24 resilient. Hang on. I have a spreadsheet for a reason, don't I? Where's leatherworking? One, 2, 7. If I put the materials that are used here, then it's going to be easier to track. Right, I'll make it all look fluffy and neat and tidy later. If I make it fluffy and neat and tidy later, doing it fluffy and neat and tidy to begin with sounds like a dumb move. I just need to get it done. I just need to work it out and then I can make it fluffy. So that's 24. .24 resilient leather and 2 dense hides. What do we learn here? We might up that to 3 if something else becomes cheaper to make, but I don't think it is. No, because then you step up to 16 leather. So that's still the cheapest one to make. What did these take? 2 rares. All they needed is 2 rares. Still needed 2 rares. Okay, so we're actually going to make 3 of those. $12, $24, $36. Yeah, with evokers becoming a thing though. You are right. With evokers becoming a thing, there's going to be a lot more demand for leather, so we'll see how it all plays out. We'll see where we get to. Create one more of that to get to 10. That probably means these will go yellow. Yeah, that sort of makes sense at 10. You get front-loaded a lot of recipes with leatherworking at the moment. I suppose it's because it's doubled up, isn't it? It feels more than it would normally be. Your crossbow, whilst it's probably something that you're going to want to craft one of everything anyway, but for the purpose of leveling, a ruined Wraith bark is going to be way too expensive. I think we are then stepping up to resilient leather boots, because they're guaranteeing 3 skill points. 10 to something. How many of these can we craft before we stop getting 3 skill points? Can we just go straight to 20 with these? It'd be nice if we could go, okay. They've gone yellow at 16. Maybe we only craft 2 of them then. Oh, then we switch to drums. Do we switch to drums? Or do we switch to armor kits? 50? Whoa, that's a lot of resilient leather for an armor kit. Or it feels like a lot. Converting these is going to be monstrously... You're going to want to do it, but for the purpose of leveling, that's going to be the expensive path. The cheapest path from here is likely to then be these, because you're getting 3 skill points for only 2 dense hide. So yeah, you create 2 pairs of boots and then a tunic. So 10 to 16. 2 times boots. And then 16... which is what? Hang on. Uh, 16 to presumably only 19 is going to be the tunic. Depending on what we learn at 20, I guess 3 skill points, we're going to make 2 of those. We're going to zoom past 20. So to 22. It's ENT, isn't it? I can't spell to save my life. Which is another 12. Okay, from 22 you're going to learn new things. What do we learn? Do we learn anything interesting? Frostbite scales. Frostbite scales using an Awakened Decay and Awakened Frost is going to be expensive. We learn Smithing Apron, 2 dense hide, and 10 adamant scales. That seems like a bit of a bargain. Smithing aprons or protective gloves, dependent on whether lustrous scales or dense hide is cheaper. 2 skill points for 2 rare materials. Unless... It's at this point we probably just start banging out drums. Thinking about it. Because at least they have strong utility and you'll be able to sell these much easier long term. But then again, you're only going to be making them at dog shit. Oh, is quality a thing with drums? I don't think quality is a thing with drums even. Doesn't seem to be any indication that you make the drums are drums. If drums are drums, then we probably start making them here. So 22 to something is some amount of feral hide drums. Let's find how far we can get with this. Inspiration creation. Oh, well, that's totally pointless, isn't it? At 25, you unlock the specs. We're going to continue crafting these, but there's worth putting some notes about specs. 22 to 25. 3 times drums. Just 3 dense hide. 30... resilient leather. What is going on here? Why is that whole thing what? I hate my formatting being off. But, you know, can't help it sometimes. Thank God for that. Can you imagine having strats based on different quality drums? That's true, actually. Yeah, the last thing you need is to... everybody pop their 16% drums for this pool, please. That would just be gross. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. But it does mean that it's a dead market. I can tell you that for a fact. Especially since you learn it from the trainer. And it's a commodity. And you're likely to craft a bunch of them through leveling. Pick them up nice and cheap though. Haven't they switched up the amount of classes that have drums as well? I think. At 25 skill, you unlock the spec trees. Now you see, I think that for the purpose of leveling your profession, I don't think you actually need to put any points in the spec trees at this point. I think the sensible thing to do is to suggest to people to just, you know, chill the fuck out with spec trees. I don't think there's any... I think by unlocking them is great. You will probably by now have a few points to spend. Take the time to read what each do not spend any points yet. I've kind of come to the conclusion that I reckon raiding guilds that are doing anything serious might be suggesting to their players, to their raiders, that they do not spend their profession skill points initially. as it may come to a point where they need players to spec into a very specific thing to be able to craft, and then more importantly, not only to craft for themselves, but to be able to craft to other players in the raid as well. If crafted gear is going to have any play on the way the game ends up, I would think that might be one of the optimizations that people look to do. Don't spend your spec points just yet. It's a real end game raidery, min-maxy way of thinking about things. But I would imagine that there might be the advice to not spend your profession points initially. Wait until you are geared up. Wait and see which, you know, if there's an item slot that you just have not had good luck with, maybe that you then spec into creating something that fills that gap. But if you put points in your spec tree to begin with, you know, it's... You may end up in a weird situation where you still end up with a gap in your gear that you can't fill because you've spent your points somewhere else. Can't you reset the tree? No. No. This is this is a point of contention, I think, for some people as well, is that they will obviously want to be able, there'll be mass call out, I reckon, for people to be able to reset their profession trees. But there's problems with that, because if you can reset your knowledge points, you take all of the spec points, you spec into one thing, you craft a bunch of things, then you reset your tree and you put all of those points into the other thing. If you can reset your knowledge points in your tree, it takes away the point of them in the first place. The point of which being is that you're meant to specialize in something. You could add a cooldown on reset. Maybe. There are a few ways around it, but it would still, you know, it's a still sticky situation. Like 2 weeks or so. Yeah, I don't think they will, I don't know. Technically, you can abandon the profession and learn it again. You can, but when you relearn it, your spec tree will be the same as what it was when you left it. So that doesn't work. That doesn't work. But for the purpose of leveling a profession, I think my advice is going to be don't spend any points in the tree right away, because it's not going to make any meaningful difference to how you level your profession. Once you've leveled your profession, because you'll hit a brick wall at 50 skill points anyway, where you'll then need to start calling upon work orders to be able to level up any further than that anyway. So points that you spend very early days, if you're following this path to the T, you've actually only gained 1, 2, 3, 4 points here. You'll only have 4 profession points to use at this point, so don't just randomly put them in something. You know, my suggestion is going to be take the time, have a read, work out which one is for you, but, you know, it's not going to, or at least I don't feel at this point it will have much of an effect on how you level the profession from there on out. 25 should give you more stuff to craft, though, if you wish. So at this point, our guaranteed skill points look like protective gloves, 2 points for 2 scales and 2 rares and 2 non-rares, 2 points for 2 rares and 10 non-rares, or very expensive awakened. I think for the purpose of leveling, I will steer people away from crafting things that use awakened, because these are clearly going to be expensive. More expensive than regular leather anyway, let's put it that way. Tattered armor kits, 10 awakened earth. You're not gonna be too incentivized to craft those. We keep on the drums train, I think. We keep on the drums train. You'll be able to sell the drums, and far more reliably so than crafting these. Okay, we stick on the drums train. We stick on drums until they go orange, presumably then. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. They go orange at 30. So we're going to make 5 more at the very least until we hit 30. Which will be 5 dense leather. No, dense hide. Let's get the names right. And 50 okay, let's see if we learn anything new at the vendor at 30. No, that's dual crafting, wrong one. The artisan sign, okay. Not anything outrageous. Ah, yeah, I remember. Leatherworking, you get a lot of stuff early on, and then you get absolutely nothing. These, as toys, might be profitable to craft and sell initially. Pentagon seal. This 5-star quality stamp marks a scroll with the Artisans Consortium seal of quality. Odds on these being a really expensive vendor item. You wrote 10 leather instead of 50. I'm glad you guys are watching. I did. I was doing... Yes. Thank you. So actually, at 30, we're already starting to struggle for things to craft and, you know, turn a profit on. Meaning that we probably are going to actually, in a weird and wonderful way, keep pushing. Now you could start making Earthshine scales and mere slush hide, because you will potentially need these for leveling up later, but you'll only need these for leveling up later if you so choose to spec in a direction that means you need them. So actually, the safe bet here is still to plow through with drums, isn't it? Because your only alternative is something that takes yet more rare items and yet still doesn't even guarantee a skill point. Okay, so we still pump. Can we get to 35 then with drums? Never lucky. Drums to green at 35. Drums to green seems to be the play. Now we might have to reevaluate the situation. So we can actually tweak this. 25 to 35. Let's just put. We'll make this 12 because you're probably going to need more. So that gets changed up to 12. That becomes 120 resilient leather. Let's put some drums. Turn yellow at skill 30. So you may need to craft a few more to reach 35. At 35, we have the luxury of absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. You could craft these for skill points, but I have a suspicion that that's a bait, as this is going to absorb all your hard-earned artisan's metal, which will only be like 20 of it so far, for basically nothing, because you may not actually end up using these. You should only ever craft these as and when you feel you really need to use them. But that does mean that out from vendor patterns alone, we're starting to get to a point where, you know, you're kind of done. What we can do, though, via the unlearned list is gonna... The unlearned list will give us a heads up to what we can maybe start looking at crafting for guaranteed skill points, if anything. This may be where you start looking at unlocking an endgame recipe. Or, in all honesty, at this point, if you're a raider especially, you might just wait. Fang adornments. These take Earthshine scales. These are going to be remarkably expensive. Toxified armor patches. You're going to need to find this recipe, and 10 awakened decay. These are also going to be remarkably expensive. Yeah, this is an odd one. Leatherworking feels a bit weird. You're now at a point, you've only hit 35 skill points, and you practically don't want to go any further than this. There's not really any desire, I think, at this point to push you. You're not going to gain any significant benefit by pushing your skill points any further than this. If you can unlock the PvP gear, that's definitely a shout. Start crafting and selling the PvP gear, but I haven't figured out yet how you unlock the PvP gear, where you get it from. I suspect you'll actually buy it. My theory is you might end up buying the patterns with honor points. That equally would not surprise me in any way, shape or form. Or the marks of, what were those things called? Marks of honor or whatever it is. Toxified sounds like it might be Brackenhide if they choose to put the patterns in the dungeons. Yeah. Okay, what does Leatherworking offer us from the spec trees? Is there anything that we can easily get to in the spec trees that's going to guarantee skill points? So the Lifebound stuff, you get it with only sort of 10 points spent. So this is where you might start to level up further. You might start to look towards getting one of these endgame recipes unlocked. Alternatively, is there any alternatives? The bow you get with 20 points in. You go here, you put 20 points in somewhere. What was the node? What was the exact node? Elemental Mastery. Okay, you've got to put 20 points in here, which is actually 30 points. So that's still a little bit out for... That's going to take a little while to acquire 30 knowledge points. This is another reason why I tend to feel that they might delay the work order system. Because it's unlikely in the first few days of the expansion that people are even going to be able to unlock this endgame stuff anyway. Like, there's not going to be much call for the work order system based upon how few knowledge points you'll have been able to put in your spectries anyway. Yeah, you're going to need a good... Your cheapest option to unlock a pattern is going to be to specialize in either leather or armor crafting. But even then, you've got to get to 10 points here. To get 10 points here, you need 10 points in here. Learn a subspec. 20. You need 30 points. You need to spend 30 points before you're even going to unlock an endgame pattern. 30 knowledge points is required before you can even unlock an endgame pattern. With 3 knowledge points by crafting one of everything. I calculated it with leatherworking that your 3 knowledge points, even if you craft one of everything, you'll only get 24 free knowledge points, even by crafting one of everything. And 24 knowledge points is still not necessarily enough to even unlock your first endgame pattern. As we've worked out, you just need 30 points to get these. So you'll still be 6 points short, even if you craft one of everything to get the first time bonuses. Obviously, then that's going to require you to hopefully go out and gain some more knowledge points from out in the world. The easy source of those is going to be to start doing your dailies, right? You get 3, is it 2 or 3 points from the daily quest? The alternative is if you want to go primordial leatherworking, you can go bestial primacy, which is this direction, and then, okay, 20 points in, you learn the bow, but to get here, it's the same again. You're going to have to put 10 points in here, so it's still 30 points again. It's still 30 points in any direction to unlock an endgame pattern. Crafters need to do dailies, while enchanters need to find items in chests, from what I found anyways. There is a bunch of ways. This might not be a terrible time to switch over to... I was looking at some threads on the forum of people's reports back on their findings. And there seems to be, you know, one-time knowledge points that can be acquired from treasures and things as well. So the meta might very quickly become, right, do what you can do. In this regard, you get to 35 points. Don't spend points in your Spectre just yet until you've, you know, at least had a good read through them and decided which direction you go. But it's at this point you should maybe head out into the world and start gaining some of these one-time freebie points from wherever locations we find and start working on your daily quests. But it's weird, you get to 35 points and it very quickly makes a lot of sense for me to suggest people to just stop at 35 points, which is weird, right? It's super early and people are going to be like, what? There's 100 points here. Why can't I level to 100? And people are not going to realize that there's practically months of knowledge point acquisition that's going to be needed to get everything that you want. Then there's a downside when you have 2 crafting professions to spend points in. The knowledge points are profession specific. So that's not so much of an issue. Artisans Metal, on the other hand, Artisans Metal is character specific. So if you spend Artisans Metal anywhere, that's where you will have to choose. Do I spend my Artisans Metal with one profession or with another? Yeah, that's really odd. It feels so weird to then turn around and suggest to people that they stop here. Stop here and work on knowledge. People are not going to like that answer. Because realistically, what you do now is you could start going out and you could, in theory, now start looking at crafting these and selling these, but that's a different side of the story, right? I'm looking at this from the perspective of leveling the profession. My goal here with this is to give people a path to level their profession. This isn't a path for optimal gold making. From this point, you probably want to try and craft one of everything you can craft, but if it's, you know, if it becomes too expensive doing that, I understand why you wouldn't. But realistically, you reach 35 points and what you actually want to do is just start going out and getting spec points. And then once you've chosen a specialization that you want to focus on, then spend your points there. 30 points will get you your first endgame pattern, whether you choose leatherworking, whether you choose mail, whether you choose primordial, whatever, 30 points is going to be needed to get your first one up and running. That's really strange. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't mind it because I understand the system. But people are going to look at this and they're going to hit this wall. And some people are going to try and zerg past this wall thinking that there's light at the end of the tunnel. Even if you push from 35 to 50, you know, it stops, right? It literally stops. You could, you know, you could at this point, if I remove the unlearned stuff, you could start banging out these. You could be spending thousands of gold crafting these. You could be buying Awakened Earth and Awakened Frost in your scales. These are probably not actually going to end up being too expensive. These could only be like 1,000 gold a piece. These may not be a terrible choice to level up. Maybe you can level these to 40. But then the point is, well, why? You should really only make these when you need them, unless you then sell them. You need to unlock yourself an endgame pattern at this point. You need to unlock yourself an endgame pattern that, when fulfilling work orders on that pattern, will guarantee you skill points. So any of the elemental patterns, any of the bestial patterns, any of the generic leather or mail gear, the bow, any of the decayed patterns. There's 2 more reagents that we don't have access to, the blood-soaked hide and the blood-waxed scales. Once again, I think these are going to be linked to some sort of PvP vendor. I think all of the PvP stuff is going to be very PvP focused. You're going to have to do PvP to get PvP stuff and to be crafting PvP stuff, I feel. Just like you only get the Awakened Blood when you're in war mode. They're probably going to make the patterns for these sold by a PvP vendor. Maybe you need a certain rating, or maybe you need a I don't know, something or other. Maybe you just buy them with honor points, I don't know. Fang adornments. Have I worked out where these optional reagents come from yet? Fang adornments. These come from the spec tree. Once again, you're going to need at least 25, 35 points before you can unlock the optional reagents. It's the same story again. You're going to now need a bunch of... At least maybe learning one of these means that you could, in theory, then start selling these. And it's something that you can craft en masse for mass skill points. The issue you're going to hit very quickly is that if you pick an endgame recipe to unlock, what happens when no motherfucker out there is putting in work orders for it? This is going to be the thing, right? With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for each. 8, 16 possible directions you could go and choose in. If you grind out your 30 knowledge points and you pick one of these, and then it's one that there's no work orders coming in for, it's going to be another 10 points, I guess. You're going to need to... It's going to be another 20 points between each recipe, I reckon. Because you put 10 points in here to unlock this node. Learn a sub-spec of your choice. Yeah, so you'd put 10 points in the main node to unlock the sub one. Then you learn the first after 10 points, so you'd unlock one. You'd need to put another 10 points in to learn the second. And even once you learn it, you don't get the pattern straight away. You have to put 10 points. So it's 20 points. 20 points between each pattern. Which could, in theory, be 2 weeks of progress, mind. It could be 2 weeks of progress. In fact, probably not quite. Actually, probably one new pattern a week if I think about it, because you got a daily quest. A daily quest is going to give you 2 to 3 points each. Yeah, daily quest is going to be 2 to 3 points each. I see a reset button coming in. Yeah, I don't know. You can get world PvP gear from war mode. People will probably use 2 accounts to farm the tokens to get the gear to disenchant. If they're purple, they might be blue thinking about it. There's a world PvP currency. Ah, okay. Now, see, that's an angle of the game I've not looked at all. It was right next to apply changes. Oh yeah, that's until you've applied the changes. That's not a general. That's an undo. You can put points in somewhere, and then you have to click apply changes. If you put points in somewhere, you do have the option to avert them until you press apply changes. Okay, that's very straight. Okay. It's going to be really odd trying to convince people that you get 35 points into your profession and that the sensible thing to do is then stop. Telling people the sensible thing to do is stopping is never what anybody wants to hear. At 35 points, you should then go out and you should start getting as many knowledge points as you can get your hands on. You should then start working out which one of the 4 spectres you want to start working on. You will not gain much points past 35 until you have acquired some form of endgame recipe. And the endgame recipe that you acquire is going to be based on that previous choice of which spectre you pick up. So there's not going to be one sensible path of least resistance to this. You could argue that purely for the purpose of leveling the profession, don't pick a bind-on pickup piece of gear. You'd want to pick up something that you can craft multiple of and sell multiple of without restriction, which is why, in a weird way, it's pushing me towards suggesting people unlock one of the reagents or something, the optional reagents, because at least you can then mass craft these, and for some period of time, these are still going to give you guaranteed skill points. But these, even though they give you skill points now, are very likely to go orange, if not green, even before you hit 50. Meaning that even then, once you do get to 50, you're still like, right, okay, now I do need yet more endgame gear. Oh, I so worry that people won't like this. And it's going to annoy me because I really do like this. But I know how the average player plays this game, and I know people aren't going to like it. People will complain it's far too much of a grind. Might be worth doing some analysis on which slot might be the hardest one to fill, boss position in raids, etc. when we know some more. Yeah, this is it. I'm in the position where I am not the person to do that, right? You need to wait until your Max or your Scribe has done some sims, and the smart guys out there have worked out what bits of gear they actually want, and if there's any significant pieces of crafted gear that are standing out from the crowd. But from yesterday's dungeon, I got a ring from the last boss that its sole purpose was to be disenchanted. Was just disenchant it for 2 shards. Oh, that's quite interesting. Get 35 skill and then stop, or start playing in this case. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of an odd one. Where's this picture? Let me have a quick look at this. A whispering band. A moderate amount of magical power can be sensed from within. Bind on pickup, whispering band. Oh, so that's one of the. This is one of the enchanter's items that is purely designed for you to disenchant. One of the bonuses in enchanting, one of the spectres, allows you to just loot more disenchantable stuff, and this appears to be one of them. Is leatherworking the only one so far where it makes sense to stop at 35? Leatherworking's the sensible stopping point is very early. I'm not going to lie, it's very early. But it's still not much different from the rest. In most cases, not that I've done this full analysis on any of the other professions yet, but through just passively leveling them up, you run out of trainer recipes at about 40 skill points most of the time. Leatherworking right now, I've ran out of trainer recipes, meaning I'm either going to have to spec into something or go get a pattern from somewhere. But you can see all of the unlearned patterns, right? And the only ones from this point on that are going to guarantee skill points are... These come from the spec tree. These come from the spec tree. The profession equipment I haven't fully worked out. But these are equally still bind on pickup and likely to require work orders. Also huge amounts of artisans metal. Gonna heavily reduce the speed and the demand on these. Not really something that you'd consider, you know, leveling fodder. The weapon, your bow comes from the spec tree. Most of the elemental patterns, I think, are similar. Where did the elemental patterns come from? Have we found the elemental patterns? Oh, I've not found these yet. Elemental patterns. There's only one that I've spotted that comes from the spec tree. But the theory here is the same, that they're all bind on pickup. They're all going to require work orders. These are by default embellished items as well. So you'll have a very specific customer for these, even when you acquire the pattern. All bind on pickup, all embellished out. You know, if it's a named piece of gear, it's embellished by default. Embellished meaning that players can only equip 2 embellished items at any one go. Some of them that are very much leaning towards, you know, being PvP. But the only thing I can think of is going to be to go out and get some of this PvP gear somehow, which I haven't worked out yet. Crafting this PvP gear, for whilst it's still orange and still gives a guaranteed skill up, makes sense. But that's the only thing I can really see that makes a lot of sense to go out and get from this point on. We don't know enough about these and how they work just yet. The optional reagents. The optional reagents come through the spec tree. Provides the following property. Physical attacks sometimes strike again for extra damage. Also adds the unique embellished. So if somebody creates a piece of gear with this on, it will push it into the embellished category. Which I think is the kiss of death for all of these optional reagents from day one, if I'm going to be honest. I think this... the restriction, you know, the fact that if you choose to put one of these on a piece of gear, it makes it embellished, and then you can only equip 2 pieces of embellished gear, is too heavy of a restriction for people to care about this at all. People would much rather not have this on their piece of gear, but to be able to equip more pieces of crafted gear, I feel, is that, you know... Because in theory, you could, as a leather wearer, put a whole set of this gear on, right? A whole set of this gear. Boom. The whole lot. Given that you have enough sparks and chaos and materials and whatever. But the theory stands is that you could equip yourself in a full set of this. But if you add an embellishment on it, and add an optional reagent to even one piece, then it becomes super special all of a sudden. I don't think people are going to take to it. But to roll it back round to where we go from here for the purpose of leveling, I wouldn't suggest people mass craft these just for skill points. Craft these as and when you feel that you need to use them. Maybe armor kits. Maybe you push armor kits from here for some bonus leveling points. But the argument then, once again, is, well, why? Because you're going to cap out on these very soon anyway. Maybe you do craft these to at least like 40 or 45. Yeah, okay. Okay. Right, I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'm going to go grab a drink. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and I might look at testing out a leveling path for another profession. If you have a profession that you'd prefer to look at, let me know. But it does feel very odd for leatherworking that you're going to get to 35 and then be like, boom, chill. First aid, please. Shush, gumdrops. Shush. First aid, my God. Anyway, I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Occupy yourselves. Does cooking give the first time crafting reward? If yes, then that might need to be picked up by every crafter. I don't think it did. I leveled cooking the other day. I don't think it did. The fact that you've got no quality to contend with cooking. Actually, where's my sheet for cooking? All trainer patterns are grey at skill 50. Yeah. Yeah, cooking I don't think gave a first time crafting bonus. I've deliberately deleted that off the sheet. Are Primal Infusions available on beta as of yet? And do we have any idea of where the recipe will come from? Primal Infusions is unlikely to be... Primal Infusion won't be a recipe. It won't be a crafted item. It will just be a drop that you get from somewhere. Much like your... what are they called? The Titan thingies. Please hold. Where have they gone? Just like these things, the Titan training matrices is very much like these. You can get these from killing rares. You can get these from world quests. There's a bunch of places you get these from. Primal Infusion will probably be the same, fall into the same category. There won't be a pattern for it. It'll just be something that you acquire by doing some piece of content. That piece of content, because a Primal Infusion is needed to create a heroic level piece of gear, makes me believe that it'll probably be from killing a heroic boss. is the logical approach there, but we don't know yet. Primal Infusions used to be made from... You used to take 100 Primal Chaos, and you used to be able to turn it into... 100 Primal Chaos would equal 1 Primal Infusion. But that's also been changed recently as well, by the looks of things. At least that's my my take on it. Okay. That's then leatherworking S. I'm content about how leatherworking looks. What order's my cheat sheet in? Should we just do it in the order of my cheat sheet? If we're going to take the order of my cheat sheet, technically Jawn crafting comes first. I'm not sure why I started with leatherworking, but I did. I know we've spent a lot of time on Jawn crafting recently, but... Okay. Because it's one of your favourite and main professions. Well, yeah, that is the reason. That is the reason. I might need to make a new character for this so it doesn't get in the way of my other Jawn crafting testing. Both of these guys are very carefully positioned for the purpose of prospecting, so I don't want to get in the way of that. Let's just make a new... Gems are friends. Gems are friend. Okay, that'll do. Right, hang on, let's get rid of Flappy Bird here. Get rid of Yordy Flappy Bird. Oh, hang on. Oh! Where's me? Oh, it's just on the mouse wheel. Okay. Jawn crafting. Go! Presumably, we are looking at needing a bunch of ore. Where's all my ore? Because it makes a lot of sense to me that we're going to use the most basic materials we can. We're going to prospect as much as we can, and then we'll take it from there. Jawn Crafter's Journey Part 6. Sorry, I like Jawn crafting. Right. For as long as we can get away with prospecting, we prospect. Go. There's no reason to not get the free skill points from prospecting. I think Blizzard understands that, as it seems to be going, probably going to go green very quickly. go grey very quickly. At 5, I would imagine. Right, there we go. Yeah. 1 to 5. Prospect ore. Many Tyrivite ore. This provides me a good opportunity to let people know that the quality of ore does not matter. Unless... No, I'm just going to tell... there's a caveat to that, isn't there? The obvious caveat there is that the quality of the ore... Oh, how do I phrase this so it's both true and not overly complicated? The quality of the ore does not change the amount of gems you get. Only prospect higher quality or if you can guarantee higher quality gems. We're all assuming that region-wide commodities means limitless raw items. But presumably in the early days, there'll still be an undersupply versus the demand of them. True. This is one thing that I really enjoy about the World of Warcraft economy. That even in scenarios where demand does outstrip supply, which is very rare, the first few days and the first few hours of an expansion is practically the only time it ever exists. But the reality of it usually is that there's always materials available. They are just going to be expensive. There will never be a scenario where there just isn't any other thing. There's never a point where you can't buy it, but there's clearly always a point where you shouldn't buy it. Prospecting higher quality ores is only economical where higher quality gems are guaranteed. That is very eloquently put. I like that. I like that. This is what's called in the this is what we call in the industry a yoink moment. Ah, no. Okay. Edit. Edit. Paste. Special. Value only. Beautiful. We got ourselves a wordsmith here. Apparently we do. Ironic considering it comes from somebody with the Twitch name Tubtastic69. But thank you very much. Appreciate it. So only use rank 1 until you can guarantee rank 3s or higher ranks. Not strictly speaking only rank 3s, but I mean, there is logic in that, but even rank 2 quality gems will be worth something more than rank 1s to begin with. But the point is when you're first starting off, you have got practically zero guarantee of getting quality 2. So using higher quality ore here is just dumb mode, honestly. It raises the question, how does one guarantee higher quality gems? You gain higher quality gems by ensuring you have enough skill to meet the 179 threshold to guarantee quality 2. But I see what you did there. Yeah, it does, you know, it does leave almost as many questions as it answers. But I'll pad it out with some more text at some point where it's needed. Right, let's get rid of Unlearned for a minute. We, at this point, would probably want to craft up some shimmering clasps because we're going to need them later. Some polished stone because we're going to need them later. And if we're going to need them later, we might as well craft them now whilst we get guaranteed skill points from them. You are going to then need to buy some misshapen figurines and some rousing earths to achieve such. The UI doesn't really show what quality you get. That's what this big bar is. At 100 skill, using quality 3 ore gives both gem 1 and gem 2 without inspiration procs. Oh, well, the UI is a bit busted for jewel crafting right now. Or at least it was last time I tested this. Using higher quality materials wasn't representative in the UI, but what they do was working behind the scenes. It's a UI bug with jewel crafting at the moment. If I, for example, pick up some quality 2 Terravite here, when I select quality 1, you know, it's as such, and if I select quality 2, nothing changes. Technically, something has changed, but it's only happening behind the scenes because there's a UI bug with it at the moment. Using higher quality ore does give you bonus skill, which will, you know, be representative by this bar being further across. It works behind the scenes, it's happening, but it doesn't show it in the UI at the moment. I'm probably going to suggest the crafting of a handful of shimmering clasps at this point, because I know that they're needed. I know they end up being needed. So 5 to probably 10, I think. 5 times shimmering clasp is going to be 5 misshapen. Misshapen? Misshapen. God, I can't even read today. Misshapen. Misshapen filigree. Five of those, and also 5 mystic sapphire. What? Oh, yeah, I need to prospect more. Come on, give me more mystic sapphires. There we go. Please stay orange until 10. Yeah, there we go. That's what I thought. A pair of sundered onyx. Oh yeah. See, this was the annoyance. This is a switch and beta Rooney. You really should craft these now because they give you 3 guaranteed skill points, but you physically can't because you can't make frameless lenses yet. Your alternative option is to buy 2 frameless lenses off the auction house. But that's a bit of a weird... I mean, I guess if you're buying other materials off the auction house, you just buy 2 of these at the beginning, but it's 3 very presumably cheap and easy points. Your alternative option is to start buying Rousing Frost and Rousing Earth and using 2 gems at a time. Those same 2 gems and 2 pieces of ore and 2 frameless lenses give you 3 points. Yeah, that's really odd. At this point, you should actually just buy 2 frameless lenses. Which is also why I think that this leveling path might actually completely change by the time it goes live. Because I reckon you won't learn this quite so quickly. You'll learn the frameless lens, and then you'll learn this. But, yeah, okay. Can I buy frameless lenses now? Yeah, I can. Oh, and I haven't got any sundered onyx. My prospecting's not going very well, is it? That'll do. Right. 1 times... We might get away with making 2 of these. I reckon we craft 1 of these and it's probably going to... When we craft 1, I'd almost guarantee it's going to go orange. Oh no, go yellow, I mean. It stayed. Ooh, juicy, it stayed. But in that case, we make 2 of them. In that case, we make 2 of them. Because you can equip one for yourself, and then sell the other. The vendor sells all the gems, since prospecting doesn't give you any skill at this point anyway. Yeah, I mean, on the test one it does, yeah, I know. But like I said, whilst the test vendors and the cheap vendors are there, I prefer to try my best to simulate how the actual game works. You know, I kind of want to know that I might need to prospect more ore if I need to prospect more ore, you know. Sorry, 10 to 16, 2 times sundered onyx lupes. Is 4 times frameless lens. Four times Tiravite ore. 4 times... I shouldn't drink Coke on stream, it gives me the hiccups. Sundered onyx. Nice. Nice. And it makes a lot of sense to then equip one of these. Makes a lot of sense to equip one. Maybe that's worth putting in the notes. That's worth putting in the notes. You can equip one of these to boost your crafting. Sacco, welcome in. How we doing? Welcome, welcome. From 16 onwards, now we have the option of maybe crafting some of these. Are these going to be like the cheapest options? They're probably not the cheapest options, but they are good options because everything else is orange. That for the cost of 2 draconium ore, it's a guaranteed skill point. Or you could start crafting the basic gems. It does feel weird to me that, you know, you're not incentivized much to actually craft the gems. Two rousing fire, or 2 rousing air, or 2 rousing frost, or 2 rousing earth, though, is probably going to be much cheaper than 2 draconium ore. But at least one of these guarantees you 3 skill points. Oh, in fact, that's a bargain. 2 Tyrivite ore and 2 frameless lenses. That's an absolute steal. That's a deal. That's a steal. That's the sale of the fucking century. What's this doing down here? Why is there 2 finishing reagents for this one? Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much will I regret going into Dragonflight but blind? Probably not much at all. Probably not much at all. You know, I can easily be put in the category of, you know, degenerate min-maxer for this sort of stuff. Now we can craft those frameless lenses now. Now it might not be a terrible idea. Oh, actually, I've just realised suggesting people buy those frameless lenses might not be the best idea. Because I've just realised they're actually not going to be that cheap to begin with. And they probably will be freebie level mode eventually. But to begin with, these are probably not going to be very cheap. Because they take 3 finely ground gemstones. Which actually is the equivalent of prospecting a rare gem. Which people are not going to be too best pleased about doing to begin with. Although they could be good money makers. So maybe they're not the cheapest options. Maybe we've already... No, you're going to want to make... No, that's a lie. You're going to want to make... Yeah, you are going to want to make 2 of these anyway. We'll go with this. We'll go with this route. 16 to 19. Bold print bifocals, which is 2 times frameless lens. And 2 times Tyrivite ore. Can't type today. There we go. Oh my lord, that keeps its +3 bonus still. Okay, well then we make 2 of them. Then we clearly make 2 of them. $16 to $22. 2 of these. Double up the numbers. Right. If frame lenses are overly priced, craft bunch of rudimentary gems instead. Oh no, rudimentary gems went yellow, went grey, didn't they? So you're not even going to be crafting rudimentary gems either. You are going to be crafting these. No. No, that is your option. That is your option. That's that just is your option. All right. Lord. Okay. This is why we were making those clasps earlier, because now we need them for this. So we need finely ground gemstones, 3 times revitalizing red carvings, 22 to 25. Is what, 6 polished stone, 3 queen's rubies, 3 finely ground gemstones, 3 shimmering clasps, finely ground gemstones, come from prospecting rare gems. Okay. My suggestion would... okay, it's going to be I probably would suggest, in this regard, people prospect Nosderite, because Nosderite, historically, is the one you get more of, if my prospecting results are anything to go by. Early days, you are looking at, by prospecting Tiravite, a much heavier weighting on Nosderite, although it is rare. And severely heavier weighting on Nosderite if prospecting Draconium ore. So yeah, you're going to want to prospect Nosderite to get the finely ground gemstones. Nosderite, far more common than other rare gems. So yeah, I think people can come to their own conclusion from that. Where did we get to? Oh yeah, I haven't actually made these yet, have I? Polished stones. Make me some polished stones. I need some rousing earth. Who's stole my rousing earth? Hang on, I've just realised I've got 2 sets of music on the go. If I can't hear it, you can't hear it, but... I'll leave it for a reason. What also do we need? Right, let's prospect a few rare gems. Although I don't need to, do I? Huh? Why can we still not make it? Oh, we didn't actually make any polished stones. Oops. $23, $24, $25. Boom. There's our spec points. Nosderite are far more common from other rare gems. But you will need some for the next few skill points. This is one of those catch-22s. I want to tell people that Nosderite are far more common, but I also want to tell people to not prospect them right yet. Is it easier to just not tell? Is it? What's the correct suggestion here? Because it is factually correct that Nosderite are far more common than other rare gems, but the fact that you need them to level up from this point onwards means if you tell people to prospect them to get the ground gemstones and then they need them 3 minutes later, they're going to call me an idiot. Provide all of the info and let people make their own decisions. That's probably also very wise. While Nosderite are far more common than other gems, make sure to keep a few as you will need them for leveling. See, this is why you guys. Yeah, what's going on here? Edit, paste special, values only. While Nosdrite are far more common than other gems, make sure to keep a few as you'll need them for leveling. Let's spell leveling correctly as well. Okay. This is where we need the same regular blurb as we used last time about at 25 skill points you learn a few bits and pieces but don't learn anything yet because you don't need to. At 25 skill you unlock the spec trees. You'll probably by now have a few points to spend. Take the time to read what each of them are, but do not spend any points yet. Yes, I'm going to go with that as sensible advice. And you go, oh look, we have spec trees, woo! From this point on, we are looking at either continuing to craft these revitalizing red carvings, which I don't think are going to have much value after you've crafted them, if I'm going to be honest. These healing statues have never really been typo in the sheet title. Is there really? Are you memeing me now? Jewel crafting. Thanks. In the one place you'd expect me to get it right. Appreciate that. Right, so from here on out, we are looking at, yeah, crafting what I would suggest one of each. How many points do we need? 25 to unlock something new. We need 40. Elemental harmony kicks in at 40. So we probably actually now need to... What would even be crafting? I don't know. Right. At this point, it's Welsh for wild garlic, apparently. Jewel wild garlic. Nice. 25 to 40. A selection of Nosdrite cuts. Since there is a first time craft bonus, start with one of each, then craft what craft what you like. Rare gems are far more commonly found while prospecting. Is it draconium ore? Draconium ore. See prospecting sheet for more info. Boom! Right. You never go to bed without learning something new. Apparently I now know the Welsh for wild garlic. I will test that out next time I see some Welsh relatives. Okay. Tell you what, I've just realised the fact that every single gem cut, rare gem cut, takes an awakened. Oh Lord, that's going to be another big hoover up of these for sure. I can feel it now. Okay, so as per my own advice, one of each to begin with to get your first time craft bonus. And then however many you continuously need to craft, let's go for 2 of each to begin with. Until we get to 40. Now it's going to be a minimum of 15. Probably 20 though by the time, unless these go green anytime soon. This is actually going to put a stupendous amount of pressure on the Nosderite market early days. Because you have actually 100% no other options apart from this Time Watcher's Patience. I should have probably spoke about this, as it becomes a cooldown way for you to gain some Nosderite. How do I squeeze this into the mix? How many total crafting skills do you need per profession to fill out the whole thing? The quantity of knowledge points differs quite wildly, actually. I've not done a count recently, but some professions were in like the low 500s. Some professions were in like the high 800s. So there's quite a big difference between some professions to how much knowledge it takes to max them out. Best part will be when they smile and nod, thinking that that sounds like a word I should know. Pretends to know it while secretly looking it up on their phones. Yeah, the quantity of knowledge points needed to like properly max these specs out is going to be monstrous. But that's one of those things to why it's deliberately designed to be a bit of a grind, and there will clearly be some catch up implemented at some point, somehow, somewhere. But I also don't really feel that it's overly expected for people to, like, fully max them out. Now, your Time Watcher's Patience, you do want to press this button because it does guarantee you a skill point. But when you press it, it doesn't really matter. It kind of makes sense to do your Time Watcher's Patience to begin with, doesn't it? Because then that's going to take some Eternity's Amber and convert it down. Maybe we bump this a bit. Uh, 25 to 26 is probably where we actually want to do the Time Watchers. Patience. That's going to take 3 fractured glass. 3 fractured glass, 4... Eternity Amber, and 1 finally Fine Ely, word I can for some reason never spell, like many. This is on a 20-hour cooldown, but can be a good good supply, good use for spare. No, this, just tell people it's on a cooldown. They know what it does. Keep opinions out of it. Less opinions, the better. Time Watcher's Patience. This is on a 20-hour cooldown. 26 to 40 then becomes 26 to 40. A selection of Nosderite cuts. A selection of, let's just say, it's going to be. It's just a selection of Nosderite cuts, which is going to require 14 to probably 20 Nosderite. 14 to 20 awakened elements. On the revitalizing red carving in the shimmering clasps, the amounts needed are just the number rather than 3 times or 1 times, etc. Oh yeah, I've not put the. Yeah, I mean it means the same, but yeah, from an OCD standpoint, I get it. I'm totally with you on that one. Thank you, thank you. Same with, yeah. I'd put the commentary in italic if I was you, just differentiate from the actual crafts. Yes, yeah, formatting is obviously a bit gross at the moment. We will switch that up a little bit. Or just a third column. Yeah, a third column might actually be the sensible way of doing it. You know, what you're crafting, what you need to do it, and then, you know, info about doing it. Make the comments different color. I'll play with a few different stylizing options after. Data first, fancy stuff after. Okay, so a selection of Nosderite cuts, that will get you to 40. Since there's a first time craft bonus, start with 1 of each, then craft what you like. Rare gems are far more commonly found whilst prospecting Draconium, or see the prospecting sheet for more info. I think that's going to be helpful enough. That will get people to 40. Oh, hang on. Are we taking this to 40? Or are we taking this to 41? How far are we meant to be going with this? Oh, we're only meant to be going to 40 with this. I crafted too many. Alright, fine. 40, you unlock Elemental Harmony. I haven't pressed the button on this, but I don't need to press the button on this. Oh, in a weird way, it might, you know, it might not be the worst idea for the purpose of leveling your profession to save this for when you do hit level 40. Or actually, thinking about it, you should continue to be cutting gems past 40, actually. Even though you do learn Elemental Harmony, this is going to end up being so expensive, especially considering it uses a primal convergent as well, which comes from alchemy. This is going to put some requirement on you having alchemists playing catch up. Comments in the Manthe scheme, black text with a yellow golden border. Could be. Okay, I actually think we need to push with gems further than 40. Probably till they go green. Oh, which was 42. Okay. Odd number for them to go green at, 42. I wonder if you should grey them out, you know. Although Awakened Essences is because there may end up being a flood of these gems early days. And anything past the first week. The irony being is that the Nosderite cuts are not really all that good. Meaning you may be trying to do nothing more than just keep your costs down with this. Because Nosderites by default have plus stamina on them, which is great and all, but most people don't really care about stamina. More people care about, you know, more throughput. It's all about throughput. And all of the other gems, when you take a little bit of a looky, are more throughput orientated. Verse haste, crit haste, haste mastery. Or, you know, what I feel is going to be a big one. Just double haste. Where does Quick Emerald come from? I can't help but feel this is going to be one of the biggest and most in-demand gems. Quick Emerald. Is that on our list? Have we already tracked where that comes from? Air gems. Quick Emerald. Oh, that comes through your spec tree as well. You don't even need to do anything fancy to unlock that one, otherwise, other than put some points in it. Double haste gems, I reckon, is going to be quite big for people. Since you're always slow at the start of an expansion. But what you can also see is that the Nosderite ones that you learn at the beginning are the cheap and easy ones to make. One rare gem, one awakened. Cheap and easy. No problems there, right? Soon as you start double stacking throughput stats or secondary stats, you then go from needing just one awakened, which I've already estimated conservatively could be 500 gold each, regardless of what your value of your Nosderite ends up being. Then when you start double stacking secondaries, it goes from one awakened up to 4. You're 4xing your, you know, cost of just here. 2, 3, 4, 3, yeah. The Nosderites are the cheap ones. They're the cheap ones because they have stamina on. Hearing double haste makes my goblin senses tingle. Yeah, exactly. This is it. Double haste gems. I think this is going to be a big one, which might, if it becomes a popular one, puts yet more strain on Awakened Air, puts more strain on Awakened Order, and it makes the assembles remarkably sought after. A Kenius Emerald is Haste Mastery. A Crafty Emerald is Haste Crit. Energized Emerald is Haste Verse. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, my suspicion with my years of experience in Jewel crafting is that a Quick Emerald gem will be the go-to gem for most people. Or at least many classes. If you're going to bother gemming your gear to optimize what's going on, double haste feels juicy. There is a double something option for most of them, right? So you can go, where is it? There's going to be, yeah, see, double mastery. Presumably there's a double crit somewhere then. Yeah, double crit. Deadly Alexstrasite, double crit. And double verse. Do you really think there's going to be a market for jewel crafting? The lack of guaranteed sockets in gear since BFA's made it kind of horrible, except legendary rings and necks in Shadowlands. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. Yet there is going to be, there's a jewel crafting item. I know this is going a little bit off topic right now, but there is a jewel crafting item, tiered medallion setting, which, dependent on the quality that you craft this, will allow up to 3 sockets to be added to a necklace. So 3 sockets on your neck. Rings, as we know, are guaranteed gem sockets. So there's your 5 gem sockets to begin with. Once you've got your 5 gem sockets, then it's kind of, you know, up to the rest of the gear, whether it has gem sockets on it or not. So you're not going to be gemming every single piece of gear with multiple slots, but it depends. The one thing I will say is, based upon how they're itemized right now, the stats on them do not particularly make me sing and dance very much. There doesn't see, you know, even the epic ones, which are primalist gems, you're only allowed 1 primalist gem in your gear in its entirety, plus 14 primary stat and plus 10 mastery. It's not exactly setting the world alight. The fact that it takes primal chaos and a diamond, it certainly doesn't set the world alight, but it could be see, the thing with jewel crafting is it's quite simple. There'll be no market for it if the stats aren't good enough, and if the stats are really good, there'll be a booming market for it. It's just a case of where they balance, where they decide is the final quantity of stats that comes with them. Bring back triple sockets and socket bonuses. Yeah, I don't think we're ever gonna see the heydays of, like, you know, TBC jewel crafting, but I'll settle for the green quality ones, but I'm a filthy heroic raider casual, especially if blue ones start getting into the 3k gold cost. Depends where people, you know, it depends where people's you know, how deep people's pockets are. But I'm going to be honest, nowadays we're in a phase of the game as of the last, you know, last 2 to 3 years, where people will quite comfortably pay up to 10 to 15,000 gold for, like, an enchant or a gem or something like that. As it's really, like, not a huge amount of gold on something that you're not changing, like, every 5 minutes. Look how much people spend on potions and flasks and stuff like that. So, but, you know, it does depend a little bit. I'm not entirely sure. It's hard to say. I'm not, the thing is, for me, is I don't play much of the end game content, so I'm really not the person to know. I'm not the person to really sort of put these together. When we start seeing the you know, the class specialists do their thing, and they start working out, right, exactly where their gear comes from, what their BIS lists are, how they're going to, you know, approach things like this, then we'll find out in a bit more detail. But until that happens, I'll go by the assumption that because it's new and because it's shiny, people will buy it, which is usually true. Right, where did I get to though on my leveling path? I need to be cautious that I don't deviate too far off from what I'm trying to do. We got to 40 skill points, and I was deciding that we probably need to go further than 40, didn't I? We need to go to 42, then they go green. Let's just change that to 42. Now they've gone green. Bit off topic, could you eventually add the quality modifiers to gear in the spreadsheet? Information is not shown in Wowhead and it makes me crazy. What do you mean by quality modifiers to gear? You mean like the... Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Hover over the tooltip of the quality. Oh, you mean like what the thresholds are for something? So once you reach a certain point, you know, on this, for example, there's only going to be 3 qualities of it. But if you reach 194, it's guaranteed quality 2. By the time you reach 325, it will be guaranteed quality 3. That sort of stuff will end up in the cheat sheet if it's necessary in the cheat sheet. Something that's very clearly... I mean, I'm going to be honest, that this is about as clear as I think it's going to get. I mean, it'll, you know, it'll go in the cheat sheet if it's needed. For launch, I can say this in great detail. For launch, the cheat sheet is not going to be doing anything overly fancy. My to-do list and my desire for the cheat sheet before launch is quite simple. I want to have a basic profession overview for each profession, which will, I can't really, you know, that's just going to be a few paragraphs of text, really, just sort of stating what to expect with a new profession. Prospecting, milling, and disenchanting calculators, which we've already started. Prospecting is practically done. A basic leveling guide, which is exactly what I'm working on right now for each of the professions. Probably only up to about 50 points, because past 50 points, it's going to be more about picking a pattern and filling work orders on it. It's not rocket science from there on. A global material list, which will check all the prices of stuff, which will then later on allow me to do fancier, more clever things with the different professions in terms of calculating more accurate crafting costs and stuff, and then some TSM integration to that where possible. This is my goal for the launch of Dragonflight. If I can get this in place, it'll be a nice solid little resource for people, I reckon, to begin with. A full list of all the pattern locations and stuff I think is going to be one of the most useful things in the first couple of weeks, especially if external resources like Wowhead are not overly reliable.
Let's make sweet
but
profit together.
We'll see. This is my goal. This is my plan, at least. Thank you very much for that, Prime Gaming. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, if you want to have a poke around, a little play with this, if you are a Twitch sub, if you are a Patreon, or if you are a YouTube member, you can jump into the Discord, and the link to the sheet is there. It's a bit of an early access thank you to my supporters. My goal is still to make it available to everybody once the game's live, though. At least in some form. Right, so 42 onwards. 42 onwards is probably just elemental harmonies. I'll check it when you reach leatherworking. We've just done leatherworking. You missed out. We've just done leatherworking. Leatherworking's already done. Or at least partly done. Leveling path is there for leatherworking. It was earlier on in the stream today. Leatherworking's already there in some part. Leatherworking's a bit odd because you kind of stop at 35 points into the profession, which is going to feel weird for some, but there's good reasons to stop at 35 out of 100. It's going to be... I'm not sure people are going to like that. I think Blizzard... I think there's a good chance that Blizzard might rebalance a lot of this. Having it stop that... Having, you know, your progress almost flat out stop from 50 points... I think they probably should push it to 75. I think they should let people level their profession pretty normally up until 75. And 75 to 100, those last 25 points is where I think you should start requiring more specialized, you know, good use of your spec trees and stuff. But yeah, 42 onwards, we have all of two choices, Elemental Harmony or Elemental Harmony. Is there anything on the unlearnt list? Because it's difficult for me to suggest even crafting these, because this is another component that's going to be one of those things that I would probably suggest you craft it when you need it, because it's going to be expensive. And from a sanity perspective, how many of them do you need? Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? You only need like one elemental harmony to fulfill each craft of an endgame piece of gear. So it's and it's still not even true for all of the pieces of gear. Meaning that you as an individual jewel crafter may not necessarily end up needing quite so many of them. Elemental Harmony here for creating the pets, but you've got to get really deep into the Dragon Scale Expedition before you learn how to make the pets. Toys are using it a little bit. This is going to require some expertise from tailoring, so that's not really a great option. The Projection Prism. This is dum-dum level cheap, and it's guaranteeing skill points. That's really cheap. A single frameless lens, a single fractured glass, and a finely ground gemstone. I wonder how we get the Projection Prism. Is this a pattern I've found? Are they going to annoyingly bury this deep in a renown tree to prevent people using it for leveling? Novelties. Projection Prism. Aha, it's in the spec tree. Okay. There will sure be complaints. Stuck at 50, expensive mats, etc., etc. Yeah. Yeah. Because people's natural desire will be to push, right? They'll be like, right, I've got to 50. Right, okay, we're getting into the good stuff now. Here's the big recipe. And people will start trying to craft like multiple bind-on pickup endgame pieces of gear for themselves just to get leveling points and doing all sorts of silly things. Because that's just how professions have always worked, right? It's all about zerging to max it out. Because as far as legendaries were concerned, for example, in Shadowlands, you couldn't even get the legendary patterns until you maxed out your profession. Everything that most World of Warcraft players have known to this day is max it out. This is where it's going to be really quite important, I think, that Blizzard sort of tries to explain in some way, shape or form why you're stopping at 50. Because it does seem rather arbitrary to why you stop at 50. Other than you stop at 50 because we want you to stop at 50. And you stop at 50 and we put up a brick wall, and you can only get past this brick wall if you start engaging with this work order system that we still haven't implemented yet, that we still haven't told you practically anything about. That's the glue that holds the entire profession system together. That I still don't believe is going to be implemented at the start of the game. Preheats video made it look so easy. Ah, yeah, you just talk to this vendor. And he sells you a book that gives you 50 points. It's easy. Just click the book. Do the Darkmoon Fair quests work on the Dragonflight skill? They should do. They should do. I've not tested it personally, but they should do. Okay, there's an interesting twist here that I'm not particularly sure I want to promote. But if you spec into enterprising in glassware, you only need 10 points in here to learn how to make the projection prism. Which is a dumb level thing to be crafting. But as it stands right now is one of the only items that guarantees a skill point past 42 that isn't an endgame piece of gear or an endgame trinket or something. Practically meaning it's one of the only things that you'll be able to mass craft. But it's going to take 20. It would take, where did it go? It would take 20 knowledge points to unlock it, which I don't think in good confidence I can suggest people doing, because you'd need to put 10 points in here to unlock the subtree. Once you've unlocked this, you need another 10 points to learn the pattern. Yeah, I can't suggest people, even for the purpose of leveling. It's another one like leatherworking, where you could, it's possible, but it's totally the wrong decision to do it. It's totally the wrong decision to do it, because those spec points could be far better. Those 20 spec points, you're going to probably want to put them into unlocking more gem cuts, and ultimately the primal gem cuts. Or if you go the jewelry option rather than the gem cutting option, you're going to want to put those same points into unlocking like the trinkets or the rings. Where have they gone? The Titanic, the signet of Titanic insight, for example. This puppy dog is, this thing comes from, where's it gone? The spec tree, 15 points in, settings and then rings. You go settings and then you go rings. Yeah, you go down this way. So you put 10 points in here. Another 10 points, so 20 points so far. And then 15 points. So 35 points you need to put in here to unlock the endgame ring pattern, which is far better because you're actually going to utilize it for a lot longer. This is, if you're going the jewelry route, you probably want to go this way or this way. Or if you want to do trinkets, you go this way. Although I don't think you actually learn the trinkets through the subtree. No, you don't. You get the trinkets from somewhere else. So if you go in necklaces, you go this way. If you go rings, you go this way. And if you go gems, you go some other way. This way. What renown was the Dragon Scale Expedition gem recipes? There's a bunch of them. Dragon Scale Expedition 9. I've spelled expedition wrong all over the place. Dragon Scale Expedition 9 for most of them by the looks of things. 15 for one of the bits of profession equipment. 13 for the trinkets. But yeah, 9. This is another one. We've hit 42. And once again, the thing I want to suggest to people, I feel, at this point, is to stop. I feel much past pushing to get skill points much past 42 feels like a bait. I wouldn't suggest at this point mass crafting elemental harmony to get skill points, even though they do guarantee you skill points, because they're expensive. You don't need that many of them, and you are far better off crafting them as and when you do need them, because you'll then be crafting it once you have more skill in it. These are one of those things that are so expensive to craft and they're used so infrequently, where there is really good reason to try and push your quality where possible. You don't want to craft this until you've stacked a bit of inspiration, you've got a good quality primal convergent from an alchemist, you're unlocking these sorts of things to push the quality. You don't want to be crafting these just because. They're too expensive to craft just because, and it's not going to... What does it give you? What does it gain? What do you gain by crafting these to go any further? You don't gain anything, other than you might be able to sell them. But the only people I think that really need these... Elemental Harmonies, is this just for jewel crafters? What are they, where are these used? Is it just in jewel crafting? Okay, there's the 3 item levels of them. Reagent 4. Rhinestone sunglasses. Centralized precipitation emitter, that's a toy. Some endgame gear. Elemental soul cage. They're used in the making of the pets. Okay, yeah, they're really not needed in all that great a quantity. Certainly not on anything that's mass produced. So yeah. Yeah, it's not sensible to mass craft these just for points. If getting points would then get you something else, I could understand. But getting more points doesn't get you anything else. You can, technically... Oh. Although it does get you this. You do kind of want to get to 45 then, don't you? Because you do want this. Jewel crafters want this. They want to make themselves a good accessory. Good use of your artisan's metal. Can I justify suggesting people craft 3 of these just to unlock the next recipe? Or is it wiser to push for people to just continue crafting gems? Do you take these green gems all the way to 45? Or do you... Because this could be 10... This could be 10 Nosderites and 10 Awakened Essences. Just to get these last 3 points. It could be. It probably won't be, but it could be. Alternatively... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 3, 15. Okay. And whatever the primal convergence is, it's basically the same, isn't it? It's basically the same. Wasn't there the daily cooldown craft with jewel crafting? There's this thing. I've already, for the purpose of the guide, sort of told people to use this already. Now, I could switch that around to tell them to not use it until this point, which would get them 1 point closer. But people are going to naturally want to use this anyway because it gives them the Nosderites that they needed 2 minutes ago for crafting these. Maybe just crafting 3 elemental harmonies is the best way. You're going to get your primal convergence from your alchemists. You're going to craft three of these to hit 45. And then with the simple rule of save them for later. Save them for later. Or sell them, do whatever, but... What's the material cost in this thing? Artisan's metal, vibrant shards, frameless lenses, shimmering clasps, and alexstrasites. Okay, right. For simple science, and for the sake of convenience, I'm just going to tell people to craft 3 of these. There's a few different directions you could go with this, but the logical one and the easy one is just to tell people to craft 3 of these. It also means that if they've been prospecting aggressively to get Nosderite, they've probably got a bunch of these gems kicking about that they're not doing anything with anyway. I guess that sort of is not too bad. And I don't know how much a Primal Convergence is going to cost. I've not looked into alchemy enough, so... 42 to 45 is 3 times Elemental Harmony. Which is going to take 3 times... Alexstrasite. Oh, that is how you spell Alexstrasite. No, it's not. I thought it looked funny. Alexstrasite, there we go. 3 Alexstrasite, 3 times Malachite. Convergent. There we go. Add to the alchemy notes for later. Make lots of primal convergent. Jewel crafters will love them. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Okay, and then oh, I need to actually do it. 3 primal convergence, which for now I can buy off you, I think. Oh, what? What am I missing? Oh, I'm actually missing Eusemeralds and Neltharites. Hey, a multi-craft proc. There we go. There's your bonus. The fact that these can multi-craft. Multi-craft looks like it's going to be a big stat, you know. The hierarchy for these secondary crafting stats is inspiration until you have enough skill. Inspiration is your #1 priority stat, I feel, until you have enough actual skill to match the recipe difficulty. When you start matching the recipe difficulty, then maybe you can start toning back your stacking of inspiration. But inspiration #1. Multi-craft is in clear second place. It doesn't apply on everything, but when it does apply, it can, you know, be worth a lot. Straight up doubling. You know, there are some big procs that can happen with multi-craft. Then you have resourcefulness, because when resourcefulness procs, it doesn't give you all of the materials for free. It might just give you 1 back, and so on. An item like Elemental Harmony, resourcefulness is kind of pointless, because even if it does proc, it might only give you like 1 of the gems back. Not a great saving by any stretch of the imagination. And then crafting speed is just hella boring. So, inspiration and multi-craft are your big 2, quite clearly. Now, there is some loose divergence from that suggestion, depending on what you're crafting. But for the most part, inspiration and multi-craft are the 2 that you really want. So, from 45, you then learn this thing. You then learn your Alexstrasite Lupez, or whatever you call it. And you want to make yourself one of those because it's absolutely a better piece of gear. Absolutely want to make one of these because it's a better piece of gear. But if you cannot afford the Artisan's Metal, don't. So 45 plus 45 plus, work orders. Quite to put it simply. 45 plus is work orders. You should look to craft Alexstrasite Lupez, but this requires a lot of artisan metal. From here on out, you will need to unlock, you'll need to learn end game patterns to be able to fill work orders. I think I think in the overview I'll go into more detail than that, but I think that's pretty much the leveling path for jewel crafting. You could, in theory, completely stop at 42 here. If you're looking to craft this thing, you need to get to 45 to unlock it, so hence making the elemental harmonies, but this is actually somewhat optional now. But it's, like I said, because this has got inspiration and multi-craft on it, and it gives you plus jewel crafting skill, it's a good candidate for your artisan's metal, that's for sure. I would argue that if you've got this many artisan's metal by this point, you'd probably be better off spending it on more skill points. But whichever path you choose to take they're both valid options, I reckon. But 45 plus for the most part is work orders. Now you are pretty strictly learning new stuff, learning endgame, learning diamonds, learning trinkets, learning rings and necks, fulfilling work orders. Although these things are a bit interesting. The narcissist sculptures, why are these still providing guaranteed skill points? Can we go further? Is there a path? Is there a further path to victory that's not too gross? Your daily cooldown still guaranteed. It might be worth pointing out that the daily cooldown is still your daily cooldown is still going to guarantee skill points. Narcissist Sculpture and Darajin Pinata, whatever that means. Where do they come from? Because you might be able to go further than... Oh, I don't know where you get those from yet. Don't know where those come from. What are they? Place a luxurious statue of yourself nearby, which increases your size and agility while you admire your glorious self. Try not let it get to your head. What? Alright, sure. They're not overly expensive either. I mean, the Awakened Fire is not going to be free, but they're not particularly expensive for guaranteed skill points. Pinata. There's a pinata. I thought that's spelt differently. Although you might be right. Place an intimidating statue of a decapitated dragon onto the battlefield nearby, which can be attacked by players of either faction. Once destroyed, it will drop a random battleground buff that anybody can claim. Okay, that does sound a lot like a pinata. Maybe it's just me butchering the pronunciation of it for all these years. Totally is. Okay. Alright, there doesn't appear to be much of a path to victory past 45. I wonder when we get these tiered medallion settings. Okay, I only wanted basic entry level leveling paths, and I think that's sort of ticked the boxes there. I think that starts to make it's at least sense. That's going to get people to the point where they should probably start looking at their spec trees in more detail and making some decisions. But that's a little bit more than just the basic stuff I wanted to cover with this leveling path for now. Okay. I think we're doing good. I think we're good. Blizzard have missed the accent, probably. I think, though, boys and girls, I'm going to leave that there for now. I'm going to go get me some food. Right, we got 2 leveling paths done. We didn't get... It's weird, right? It feels like we've spent 4 hours and not achieved anything, but it's this process of trying to figure everything out and trying to find optimal routes to go and what the situation is and where patterns come from does take time. So I appreciate you guys sticking around. I hope you're learning something. I hope you're enjoying it at the same time. We will continue with this tomorrow, the next few days. I'm going to really hope that these profession vendors don't disappear. I have great concern that they're going to take these profession vendors away, but we'll see what happens. If they do, we'll fill our time researching and learning something else. But enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Have fun. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. Hit that follow button if you haven't. Consider subscribing if you haven't. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.